Chapter 595. I'll put in a little effort to help him clean up. To make up for the trauma of me taking away his snake's soul fruit. Anyway, this great demon king has never been interested in those ugly little rings. I'll put in a little effort to help him keep them and then help him digest them. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too wasteful for such a great demon king to kill so many people? Xiaoduo's figure was like lightning. He flew out excitedly but cautiously. Just as he walked out of the Snake Valley, he saw 7 or 8 corpses. Xiaoduo was instantly excited. Rings. These people's rings were still on their hands. They were clearly waiting for me. Xiaoduo was delighted to see this and rushed over. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 8 rings were in his hands. He even used the dragon blood flying dagger to stab them. There was a flaw in the otherwise perfect situation. These people were already dead. To the dragon blood flying dagger, they could not absorb the slightest bit of blood. What a pity! What a pity! Xiaoduo stood up and ran forward. He searched along the way. Stone pits, forests, pools that he plundered along the way and rarely missed anything. Yes, with Xiao Long's help, it would be difficult to miss anything. Everyone, please rest in peace. Xiaoduo muttered as he plundered. You all came to kill me. Now that I have an important matter to attend to, I really don't have time to collect your corpses. Anyway, you are all fugitives. You must have been prepared to expose your corpses in the wilderness. It's reasonable. As a person of the pugilistic world, this is the pugilistic world. Of course, you're here to kill me, so you've caused me a considerable amount of indescribable mental damage. Consider the spatial rings you left behind as compensation for my mental damage. Although it's not enough, I'll accept it. Everyone, rest in peace. Everyone often says that at most, you'll be a hero again after 18 years. Now is the time to prove the truth of this sentence. Everyone, please find the Snake King and the Centipede King in your next life to take revenge. In this life, the grudges between you and me are settled. Everything has nothing to do with me. Do you understand? Xiaoduo leaped a few hundred meters, his eyes were like lightning as he continued to search around. Finally. Fuck. Why are there so many rings in front? There are still a lot of dead people. Xiaoduo's current movement speed was based on the level of the Tianyuan escape skill. He was like a shadow, shuttling back and forth among the corpses. In the distance, they could still vaguely see the Snake King's roars. It was still fighting, and it was still stirring up monstrous waves. It chased after the group of martial artists until they fled pathetically. Xiaoduo continued to loot from behind and reaped all the benefits. This time, the Snake King had gone crazy and killed a lot of people. One had to know that when Snake King rushed out, it was the time when the crowd outside was the most densely packed that the first wave of collisions had created an effect similar to a bomb exploding. Xiaoduo collected a lot of space rings in an instant, but the number was only less than half of the total number of people who had died. Whoosh whoosh. Several figures hurried over from afar. The Snake King had killed so many people here and left behind piles of space rings. No one was a fool. Naturally, Xiaoduo was not the only one who was worried about it. There were many others who were worried about it. No, to be more precise. Everyone who was still alive was worried about it. This was a huge fortune, and everyone knew it clearly in their hearts. It was just that the Snake King had not gone far before, so no one dared to come over. However, at this moment, the Snake King was in a towering rage. It was already a little far from here. Those who were quick-witted immediately reacted to the situation and rushed over at the same time. In all directions, there were figures flashing and diving in this direction. Those who were rushing over saw a guy from afar. He was diligently dodging left and right at his destination, and he seemed to be so happy that he could not even close his mouth. Everyone's blood was boiling, and they were furious. "That scoundrel!" one of them shouted, "Put them all down." Xiao Duo ignored him and once again grabbed the 2 rings in his hand. However, the fierce qi from all directions had already descended rapidly and surrounded him from all sides. Xiao Duo hurriedly rolled more than 10 meters away. Then, he used the Tianyuan escape technique without looking back. Whoosh! He turned into a puff of white smoke. It was time to leave. It was important to leave this place. As he rolled, his wig coincidentally fell off, revealing his shiny bald head. The people who had landed did not notice this at all. They were only looking at the fingers of the corpses around them. At first glance, they could not help but feel their internal organs burning and their eyes filled with anger. Most of the corpses had no rings on their fingers. Regardless of whether it was rings, bracelets, belts, anything that could be made into space equipment had all disappeared without a trace. Many people turned around angrily and glared. "That bastard! Fuck! Bald head! Xiao Duo! Fuck! That's Xiao Duo! It's really Xiao Duo!" They turned their heads so quickly that they could see the bald head flashing in the distance. They shouted almost subconsciously. There were also other people who had just flown over and were still in the air. They saw the shiny bald head even more clearly. Xiao Duo. This was really a case of traveling far and wide looking for something, only to find it by chance. In an instant, more than 10 people had already chased over. Then, hundreds of people turned around. Almost no one cared about the rings that might have slipped through the net on the ground. However, the crowd chased all the way through the forest. Xiao Duo had disappeared again. Many experts who had rushed over were dumbfounded. They were so close, so how could he disappear while chasing? He's just in the embryonic breathing realm. How can he be so slippery? How is it possible? Countless people cursed. Was this still in the embryonic breathing realm? Not only was his speed ridiculously fast, but he could also hide his aura so perfectly. Was this really a student of the Hidden Dragon High School? And a freshman? The information couldn't be fake, right? If every student of the Hidden Dragon High School could do this, wouldn't the future of the Hidden Dragon High School dominate the world be set in stone? Xiao Duo didn't go far. He just changed into another wig and quietly blended into the search crowd. With the void transformation stone on him, no one noticed him at all. They also couldn't detect his aura. Even if they saw him occasionally, they would only think that he was someone who was searching for Xiao Duo like them. At this moment, he was gasping for breath. This time, he had been too greedy. If he hadn't taken the last 2 rings, he would have been able to escape perfectly and wouldn't have exposed his whereabouts. But now, he could only rely on the void transformation stone to avoid danger. However, this further proved that the effect of the void transformation stone was really nature-defying. Long, are there many of these void transformation stones? Xiao Duo asked. Not many. Of course, there's definitely more than this one, Xiao Long said. Oh. Those who are able to obtain this kind of void transformation stone are all extremely lucky people. This thing can only be obtained from falling meteorites. It's extremely rare. Because the meteorites that contain the void transformation stone are only ordinary meteorites without any energy, it's very difficult to find this thing inside. But if you find it, it might be the biggest opportunity in your life. This thing is much more precious than any heaven and earth treasure. Because with this thing, as long as you work hard and increase your cultivation base and strength, you can take on many missions that are beyond your current strength. Compared to treasures, even though you can't say that you can get everything you want, there are still many more possibilities than other people. With this thing, you can be said to be successful in carrying out assassination missions. As long as the target isn't a super strong person who's too much stronger than you and can't be defeated at all, you can basically kill whoever you set your eyes on. It's already so close to you, but you still can't detect it. How can you not die? Xiaolong explained in detail. In other words, if you have this void transformation stone, it's basically like cheating all the way. The possibility of dying halfway will plummet, infinitely close to zero. It's not that exaggerated, but compared to ordinary people, it's 1,000 times less. Xiaolong said, there are always such accidents in this world, such as me. Previously, Ghost Killer also used a void transformation stone to protect himself, but I saw through it with my spiritual eyes. It's the end of the path of fortune. Apart from this kind of accident, as long as you're facing a living thing with divine sense, you can really completely block it, and there's no leak at all. Does that mean that as long as I don't meet a special existence like you, as long as I were the void transformation stone, it's as if I don't exist? It's not that absolute. Once you meet a super expert whose divine sense has reached perfection and who has reached divine transcendence, you still won't be able to hide. But with your cultivation, boss, at least for a long time, you don't have to worry about meeting such immortals. I'm afraid that they won't even pay attention to you when they see you. Fuck what you said. Why does it sound so weird? While discussing the void transformation stone with Xiaolong, Xiaoduo consciously walked toward the most secretive place, the place where it was easiest to hide. In a short time, they had already protruded from a stretch of valley, entered the border between the Centipede Queen and the Tiger King's territory, and scuttled into a dense forest, completely disappearing without a trace. What exactly is a void transformation stone? This. I don't know. There must be a source. Xiaoduo didn't give up. Xiaolong was speechless for a long time. Of course there was a source. This thing fell from the starry sky, and the source was naturally among them, but who knew which star it fell from? Who knew what was going on with the meteorite shower that fell from the sky from time to time? I'm a dragon of fortune that was born on the continent of astral souls due to fate. If you ask me about things in the universe, how would I know? This thing is not afraid of too much. Xiaoduo thought to himself. He was thinking about one thing: over the years, those invincible assassins who claimed to come and go without a trace, could some of them have this void transformation stone on them? Chapter 596. Xiaoduo was a little envious. Although not all of those powerful assassins had a void transformation stone, one thing was for sure: there were definitely people who had it. There was no doubt about that. Xiaolong had solemnly explained that there was more than one void transformation stone in this world. Xiaoduo began to reflect. I have a bad habit of coveting it whenever I see someone else with it. Although I have one myself, I still covet it. It's wrong to have such thoughts. Those assassins didn't provoke me, why should I covet it? Xiaoduo, you're too greedy. Xiaoduo lectured himself. He couldn't help but think, what if they provoke me? In the distance, the sounds of battle were still ongoing. Then, an earth-shattering shriek suddenly rang out. Xiaoduo looked toward the source of the shriek and saw the Snake King covered in blood. Its huge body was distorted in the air as it drifted toward a certain direction. Blood rained down from the sky like a downpour. Xiaoduo found it strange. Something didn't seem right. The Snake King seemed to be falling toward the Centipede Valley, the Centipede Queen's territory. The Snake King flew directly over the Tiger King's territory. A huge black tiger suddenly soared up and roared fiercely. Don't come over. As expected, the Snake King didn't go over. Instead, it flew over the Tiger King's valley and the empty area. Then it landed in the Centipede Valley with a boom. The next moment, the Centipede Queen's shrill shriek rang out in exasperation. You. Get out! The Snake King hissed. Its mentality surged, indicating that it was seriously injured and couldn't get out. The Centipede Queen's emotions exploded instantly. It was unusually furious. Fuck, you flew over so vigorously, and now you're telling me that you're injured and can't get out? Who are you trying to fool? You're obviously up to no good. I have treasures here. You can't stay in my territory. It flew into a rage. Its shriek shook the heavens and the earth. Its enormous mentality filled the air, and its battle intent was pointed directly at the Snake King. Damned snake, do you think I'm easy to bully? Get out of here. Get out of here. Go back to your Snake Valley. You piece of trash who doesn't even have legs. Get out. The Centipede Queen roared. Snake King retorted lazily, you're such an idiot that you can die of exhaustion from wearing shoes. Get lost. The Centipede Queen was really anxious. What was this stinky snake trying to do? The Snake King shook his head and wagged his tail, slowly treating his wounds in the Centipede Valley. He unleashed the power of his Niden and began to heal. He completely ignored the furious roar of the Centipede Queen. Get out. What kind of joke was this? I'm not going out. My Snake Valley no longer has anything good, why would I go back? But you still have it. You want me to leave without giving me half? Right now, I'm barefooted and not afraid of wearing shoes. The two Demon Kings started an unprecedented confrontation in Centipede Valley. This point. Not only was Xiao Duo at a loss, even the people outside were at a loss. The Snake King rushed out furiously and killed so many people in one breath, showing extreme anger and an attitude of not stopping until one of them was dead. Then, it only fought with some human experts beside the Tiger King's territory for a while before falling directly into Centipede Valley. What was going on? What kind of godly development was this? This didn't seem to match the previous situation of rage at all. Xiao Duo pondered for a long time and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He immediately understood and could not help but click his tongue in wonder. This Snake King is truly sinister and cunning. It clearly knew that the good thing it had guarded for many years was gone, so it turned to get the elixir that the Centipede Queen guarded. In terms of the bloodline of the true dragon, the Centipede Queen certainly had it, but the true dragon bloodline in the Snake King's body was much more than the Centipede Queen's. And that dragon soul ginseng was a super good thing that both the Snake King and the Centipede Queen needed. The Snake King didn't come to snatch it previously mainly because of the snake soul fruit that it guarded. To the Snake King, this was already a good thing that wasn't inferior to the dragon soul ginseng. After eating the snake soul fruit, according to the innate talent of its race, it was actually easier to absorb and improve than the dragon soul ginseng. That was why it didn't come to snatch it. But now that the snake soul fruit was gone, the dragon soul ginseng was naturally the best substitute. How could it not come to snatch it? What a joke. Only the virtuous can obtain all the wealth in the world. I, the Snake King, am a virtuous person. When the Snake King rushed out of the Snake Valley, it was really furious. It was full of thoughts of destroying everything and killing everyone in its way. That was a rage that didn't care about anything, it was real. But as it rushed out and killed, this rage found a way to vent. As they gradually approached Centipede Valley, a different thought appeared in their minds. The Snake King, whose rage was gradually calming down, wouldn't forget that the big centipede that occupied this place was also guarding something good. Moreover, it was something that wasn't inferior to its own and was quite suitable for it. Immediately, it had the intention to beat the centipede at its own game. In a state of fury, it rushed over madly. I'm angry. I don't even know where to go. In the meantime, the Tiger King came out and roared, "Don't come over." The Snake King laughed. "It's just the broken thing behind you. Only a stinky tiger like you thinks it's something good. I don't care about it. There are better things waiting for me to cherish." Therefore, as soon as the two sides came into contact, the Snake King immediately took a detour. But when it came to the Centipede Queen, since it was already here, it might as well take it as it came. It wouldn't leave even if it was beaten to death. That the Snake King coiled into a snake formation in Centipede Valley. As it treated its wounds, its huge eyes flashed with coldness, cunning, and greed. This stinky centipede actually wants to chase me away. Are you leaving or not? The Centipede Queen's long whiskers cracked the void. The Snake King hissed and roared, its spiritual power vibrating. I'm seriously injured now, and you actually want to chase me out. If I go out now, won't I be slaughtered by humans? What are you up to? The Centipede Queen was furious. If you're slaughtered, then so be it. What does it have to do with me? Now you're in my territory. No means no. You must leave. The Snake King's spiritual power vibrated and it sneered. Humph, Centipede Queen, I thought we're all from the same lineage of the Demon Clan and Star Beasts. I didn't expect you to be so disloyal. You actually want to watch me die. The Snake King said sternly, since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being unrighteous. I'm not leaving. Let's see what you can do to me. You. Scoundrel, shameless. Humph, not only am I not leaving, but I also want that treasure of yours. Who asked you to be so disloyal? You asked for it. The Snake King was spouting nonsense, but the more it spoke, the more righteous it became. It finally found a reason. The Centipede Queen was so angry that it was dumbfounded. There's actually such a shameless snake in this world. You're obviously here to snatch my good stuff, but you still want to find a reason to accuse me of being unrighteous. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. The Centipede Queen was furious. You're just coveting my good stuff. Let me tell you, you're delusional. The Snake King sneered. I didn't want to snatch it at first. I've been taking into account our many years of friendship. But now, your disloyalty has angered me. Now, at this moment, I must snatch it. This is the price you have to pay for being disloyal. The more the Snake King spoke, the more it felt that it was reasonable. That's how it should be done. I didn't mean to snatch it from you, but you actually want to chase me away. You're so heartless. If I don't snatch it from you, who else should I snatch it from? The Centipede Queen was enraged by the Snake King's behavior. It roared sharply and charged forward. I can't win against it. Why did it become my fault after all this talk? So, you're here to snatch it from me, and I'm the one who's sorry. How can this be explained in this way? But the problem was that as it continued, even the Centipede Queen felt. Why do I feel that this stinky snake's words make sense? But I'm so angry. How can this be? I'm so angry. Forget it, let's fight. The Snake King roared angrily. You actually want to kill me? Centipede Queen, I didn't expect you to be such a star beast. Have you forgotten the glory of the star beast ancestor? You've betrayed the agreement of your ancestors. You've betrayed the bloodline of the Demon Clan. The Snake King was furious. It dodged and roared with grief and indignation. Centipede Queen. You're too despicable, shameless, and heartless. Stop it. Stop it. You're really hitting me. You're hurting me. You. I'm fighting back, I'm fighting back. Aw, 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 aw. You want to kill me? Then I'll kill you first. The Snake King rose with a loud rumble and charged forward. The Centipede Queen wasn't good with words. It was so angry that its antennae were straightened. I can't win against it. This stinky snake has a sharp tongue. Let's fight. No matter how reasonable you are, it's not as good as strength. Heaven and earth bear witness that the Centipede Queen wants to harm me. The demon ancestor will be a witness. Centipede Queen, I'll punish you on behalf of the demon clan and the demon ancestor. Now that Snake King had found a reason to do so, he started to fight confidently. I'll punish you on behalf of the heavens. I'm open and above board. The two Star Beast Kings started to fight. The battle was earth-shattering. Yes, it was really earth-shattering this time. The sun and moon lost their light. Zhou Xiao Duo was hiding in a tree hole. He was truly in awe of the Snake King's actions. He could only admire the Snake King from the bottom of his heart. This Snake King is really too shameless. It's using the fact that I'm not the demon ancestor, and it still has the upper hand. How can it be reasonable? Compared to this snake, I'm still too thin-skinned. I need to learn. I need to strengthen myself. I need to strengthen myself. This battle was much more intense than the previous one. The two behemoths collided underground, and the entire valley shook. Then, the two demon kings soared into the air at the same time, continuing their battle in the air. Obviously, they were worried that their power would damage the spiritual herbs. The Centipede Queen, the spiritual herbs can't be damaged. I want to eat more. The Snake King, the spiritual herbs can't be damaged. I want to eat more. The wind howled, and the trees below were all snapped. Intentionally or unintentionally, they were all moving towards the Tiger King Valley. The Snake King and the Centipede Queen, the Tiger Kings can be damaged, but that's not suitable for me. Oh whoa! A big black tiger rushed into the sky and roared. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Although it wasn't part of the battle, the Tiger King was still furious. You can fight in the Centipede Valley or the Snake Valley, but why are you fighting in the sky above me? You're worried that your spiritual herbs will be damaged, but I'm not afraid that my spiritual herbs will be damaged too. Damn it! These two bastards deserve to die. They deserve to die. I'm leaving. I'm going to take a bath and have a massage. I'm done updating today. Chapter 597. Stop fighting. The Tiger King's spiritual power also shook the void. His huge body flew into the air and spun around anxiously. However, both the Snake King and the Centipede Queen ignored him completely. Their bodies, which were hundreds of meters long, twisted and turned in the air as they fought crazily. Stop fighting just because you said so. Who do you think you are? If you want to fight, go to your side and fight. The Tiger King was furious. Go to our side and fight. Do you think we are stupid? It's because we can't fight there that we came here. The Centipede Queen screamed and spat out poisonous fog and venom. The Snake King also screamed and spat out poisonous fog and venom. As the battle continued, the Centipede Queen revealed its true form. Thousands of long, slender legs covered in black hair scratched and scratched crazily. 9 heads even rushed forward to bite. The Snake King screamed at the sky. Countless lightning bolts struck the Centipede Queen's body. That long tail was like a big stick with infinite power. It was soft but hard, and soft but soft. It continued to whip continuously, without end. The two demon kings each had their own strengths. One was up and one was down, up and down. The fight shook the void. Black spatial cracks flashed and appeared continuously. The scene was soul-stirring and frightening. None of the meteorites that fell from the sky were wasted. They were either sent flying by the Snake King or the Centipede King. Every single one of them crashed into the valley where the Tiger King was located. That damned tiger. His words were nice, but in reality, he just stood by the side and watched us fight. Despicable human ants always say to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Today, we are the ones being watched by the tiger. Let you watch, let you watch. I will smash you to death. The Tiger King rose into the air and ran back and forth. He roared crazily, "Are you provoking me?" Before it could finish its sentence, the Centipede Queen turned its head and spat out a mouthful of venom. The Snake King followed suit, turning its head and spitting out a mouthful of thick venom as well. "What are you shouting for?" Seeing this, the Tiger King became even more furious. All the hair on his body stood up. At this moment, he was extremely furious. "I'm here to mediate. You two bastards actually dared to hit me. Do you think I have a good temper?" With a loud explosion, energy surged out, instantly diverting the rainstorm-like venom away. Whoosh! Like a flash flood, the poisonous fog turned to the other side. Tian Wujiang and the others were on the other side, watching the battle from at least 70 miles away. Hearing that Zhou Xiao Duo had been discovered nearby, Tian Wujiang hurriedly brought his men over. In the end, he only saw the Demon Kings fighting. There was no sign of Zhou Xiao Duo. Tian Wujiang speculated that the temporary alliance he had formed was not weak. However, he did not know if he could take advantage of the situation when the two great Demon Kings were fighting. Or should I hide here for a while and wait for Zhou Xiao Duo? However, he had never expected that just as this thought arose in his mind, he would be attacked by a torrential rain of venom in less than a quarter of an hour before he was hit by a torrential downpour of venom. The sudden arrival of the poisonous fog and venom enveloped an area of several hundred feet. It was difficult to dodge. Those with higher cultivation hurriedly put up a spiritual energy shield, but many with lower cultivation were hit on the spot. The spiritual energy shield could not withstand the demonic aura of the two great demon kings and was instantly penetrated. The venom splattered all over their bodies. They screamed and rolled on the ground. Not long after, they died on the spot. The flesh of the corpses melted quickly, revealing the white bones. Even the white bones were corroded with spots. They were also in the process of melting, but the speed was slightly slower. Just this unexpected disaster alone caused 8 people to lose their lives. When a real person was sitting at home, disaster came from the sky. Those who lost their lives were all nascent soul cultivators. In the outside world, they were almost grandmaster level cultivators. But here, they were almost synonymous with being unable to withstand a single blow. However, at this moment, Tian Wujiang and the remaining people were looking at another person with strange gazes. Among these people, there were a total of 9 nascent soul cultivators. 8 of them were already dead. Among them, there was no lack of peak nascent soul cultivators. The remaining person looked like he was only in the middle stage of nascent soul, but the spiritual energy shield he put up was abnormally strong. Not only did the rainstorm-like venom not break through the shield did not even shake. Tian Wujiang's gaze became strange. What is your name? I am Xiao Qingsong. This person had a curly beard and his eyes were full of surprise. Why did you suddenly ask for my name? This is very surprising. Tian Wujiang smiled. How many times have you walked the thorny road, little brother Zhao? Your foundation is very deep. Zhao Qingsong sighed in relief. Back then, I walked the thorny road 6 times. That pain was really... He sighed. It is unbearable to look back on, but at least there is some comfort. Tian Wujiang smiled faintly. 6 Thorny Road. A peerless genius. Zhao Qingsong, your foundation is so solid. In the future, you will definitely shine brightly and go very, very far. Zhao Qingsong smiled. Thank you, senior. Ah! Suddenly, he screamed and looked at Tian Wujiang in disbelief. You! Why? Only to see a long sword flickering with cold light had already been slowly pulled out of his chest. The body of the long sword was still flickering with light, and there was still a strong yuan qi vibrating on the body of the sword, directly shattering the area around Zhao Qingsong's wound into pieces. Until the long sword was completely pulled out, the sword light was still cold. There was a drop of blood on the tip of the sword. And the owner of this long sword was Tian Wujiang. Zhao Qingsong was still holding on to his last breath. He looked at Tian Wujiang and asked in disbelief, why? Why? He looked straight at Tian Wujiang. If he could not get a reason, he would not die in peace. He had already recognized you as his big brother. Why did you suddenly kill him? On the side, Zhang Zhuoxuan also turned his head and looked at Tian Wujiang. He shouted angrily, Tian Wujiang, what are you doing? Why did you kill him? Tian Wujiang calmly put the sword back into its sheath. He said faintly, how can a lone cultivator be able to walk the thorny road 6 times? There must be another organization behind him. It must be one of the big sects or the seeds of the big martial arts sects. When I said that he was a peerless genius, was that a lie? And this person must have mixed in with us for a purpose. So, this person is not normal. Zhang Zhuoxuan said angrily, but this is only a suspicion. What if you kill the wrong person? Tian Wujiang said faintly, Brother Sang, we are assassins, not judges. Just a suspicion. Isn't that enough? He looked at Zhang Zhuoxuan with a cold gaze and said indifferently, in this world, what does a mere human life count for? Even if we kill the wrong person, so what? Not to mention, with this kind of talent, if he is given time to grow, he will definitely be a competitor in one of our missions. At that time, we might even be killed by him. If that day really comes, Brother Sang, do you still hope that the other party will spare your life for today's sake? Since that is the case, since you have doubts, then just kill him directly. It is the simplest and most straightforward way. Why do you have so many questions? Tian Wujiang smiled faintly. His eyes were full of ruthlessness and coldness. Jealous of the talented. This kind of thing was not uncommon. For people like Tian Wujiang, if there was a genius in front of them with a solid foundation that they had never reached, then their first reaction would be to kill. They could not allow this ant in front of them to suddenly surpass them in a short time and show off in front of them. Not to mention that they might be killed by this ant in the future. Even just thinking about it made their killing intent surge. Mingling in the underworld, they had no friends. Any genius that matured would be a suspect for killing them in the future in exchange for a reward. Zhao Qingsong's throat gurgled. His eyes were full of anger and hatred as he fell on his back. With the last of his strength, he suddenly crushed a command arrow in his hand. He roared towards the sky, the one who killed me, Tian Wujiang. His face was full of relief and despair. His body fell down with a bang. Tian Wujiang suddenly made a move, but it was too late. The arrow whistled into the sky and exploded in midair. Immediately, a long sword shadow appeared in the sky. That sword shadow whistled in the air for a moment, then flew towards the east. It flew forward courageously. The more it flew, the fainter it became, but it kept flying. The sword was out of its sheath, and it vowed not to return. No return sword. The moment this sharp sword exploded, suddenly, another person from the group of assassins rushed into the sky and shouted, "The one who killed me! Tian Wujiang!" Even further away, more sword lights flashed and rushed into the sky. All of them shouted, "The one who killed me, Tian Wujiang!" Countless command arrows rushed into the sky one after another. Boom! Boom! More voices roared, "The one who killed me, Tian Wujiang!" Tian Wujiang's face suddenly paled, no longer having the color of blood. No return sword. Sang Joshuan's face showed a strange expression. "Brother Tian, you saw right. You killed right. This person is indeed a traitor. Based on his cultivation and age, he should be a graduate of Water City First High School's Gu Qianfan. He snuck in. But this little brother has to leave. I can't get involved in this muddy water." Sang Joshuan was full of schadenfreude. The others had the same expression. Tian Wujiang's face was pale. He only felt that there was something wrong with this person. He immediately made a move to kill him to avoid a disaster. But he never thought that this kill would bring out a hornet's nest. A graduate of Water City First High School's Gu Qianfan. This made him want to cry, but no tears came out. "You should have said so earlier. If you had said so earlier, not only would I not have killed you, I would have worshipped you." Who didn't know that no return sword, Gu Qianfan, was the most protective? Who didn't know that Gu Qianfan was famous for taking revenge? Who didn't know that Gu Qianfan was Nanjing Qian's favorite general? Who didn't know the unity of Water City First High School's graduates? Damn it, that a voice boomed in the sky. "All graduates of Water City First High School, listen to this order. I just contacted the old principal. The old principal has ordered, effective immediately. Tian Wujiang is on the must-kill list of Water City First High School's graduates, including his 9 relatives. All are on the must-kill list. If Water City doesn't fall, the must-kill list will not disappear." Chapter 598. Suddenly, many people rushed to the sky and shouted, "If Shui City doesn't fall, the order to kill will not disappear. Tian Wujiang must be killed. 9 generations of his family must be exterminated. Students, the ones who spoke have been exposed. For the time being, they are not Tian Wujiang's opponent. Take your graduation certificate and go to Principal Yi of Hidden Dragon High School to seek protection. Students who are still in hiding, continue. Don't expose yourselves." This person shouted, "Everyone, follow me. Anyone who stands in our way is an enemy of Shui City First High School." Before he finished speaking, he had already moved. He rushed out of the forest and stood in the air. The sword in his hand shone with a cold light. But neither Tian Wujiang nor Sang Joshuan made a move. Yes, they did not dare to make a move. Silhouettes appeared one after another. Quickly, 40 to 50 people gathered. The person in front shouted, "Is there anyone else?" There was no response. This person turned around in the air and shouted, "Tian Wujiang, you dare to kill Shui City First High School's people? Just you wait." After he finished speaking, these 40 to 50 people in the air chased after Hidden Dragon High School's people. The entire mountain range had thousands of assassins, but no one stopped them. These people had all received Gu Qianfan's order to hide and protect Suoshao Duo. But now, they were exposed. But no one dared to make a move against them and kill them. If they made a move now, they would be declaring their position and opposing Shui City First High School. They would be opposing the political and educational institutions. They would even be opposing the military. No one dared to act rashly. Even Tian Wujiang, who had already made a move. Tian Wujiang's face turned gray. Even when he faced Yi Chongqing, he was not as scared as he was now. Enchanting was a person who cared about the big picture. Most of the time, he was more worried about sacrifice. He could not bear to make too many decisive decisions. But Gu Qianfan was different. As long as Gu Qianfan issued an order, he never cared about how many people would die in the process. He only cared about whether the order was completed or not. Shui City First High School was not even an advanced martial arts school. But the people from Shui City First High School could run amok in the mainland. Why? It was because they had the support of the fearless old headmaster, the former #1 general of the Southern Army. Back then, someone killed a student who was carrying out Gu Qianfan's mission in Shui Qing #1 Middle School. Gu Qianfan dragged his disabled body and chased him for 10,000 miles. The safety of Shui City #1 Middle School was built on mountains of bones. Sang Jiushuan was the first to turn and leave. Then, almost everyone quietly got up and left with Sang Jiushuan. "We won't get involved in this mess. Brother Sang." Tian Wujiang's cry even had a hint of pleading. "Don't call me, I can't help you. If I continue to stand with you, I'll only be dragged down by you. Don't tell me you don't know about the 9 clans." Sang Jiushuan turned around and said faintly, "This is Jianghu. Brother Tian, you know very well why you killed people. The real reason was that the thorns had appeared 6 times. You're just jealous, that's all. Even if you killed the right person and your so-called reasoning made sense, it still couldn't cover up your original intentions. You are just so narrow-minded. And we're leaving you now just to seek benefits and avoid harm." Sang Jiushuan said, "As you said, in this Jianghu, is there still any loyalty? I'll take Xiao Qingsong's body and spatial ring. I'll find a way to return it to the people of Shui City #1 Middle School." After saying that, he completely ignored Tian Wujiang's pleading gaze and left with his people. Tian Wujiang was speechless. Looking at Sang Jiushuan carrying Xiao Qingsong, who was already silent, he felt infinite regret and muttered, "Why didn't you say so earlier? You should have said so earlier." This was just like when he killed Zhou Xiaoduo. Killing Zhou Xiaoduo or the people who protected him during the mission was only a personal grudge. And if Xiao Qingsong's identity was exposed, or if he was killed while protecting Zhou Xiaoduo, it was still a personal grudge. However, right now, he had been killed for no reason at all. The only reason was because Tian Wujiang was jealous of his talent and his selfishness. Then Water City First High School would definitely seek justice from him. Many times, Jianghu was so direct. Both were killing people, but the consequences were completely different if there was a reason or no reason. If he killed Zhou Xiaoduo, with so much bounty, it would be worth it to bear the revenge of the Hidden Dragon High School. When his strength improved, things would change with the passage of time, and perhaps this matter would be left unsettled. But the target changed to Water City First High School. Gu Qianfan would never let it go. As long as Water City First High School doesn't fall, the order to kill will not disappear. This was Gu Qianfan's attitude. He would always be so reckless, and his sword would never turn back. This was his style. If he said he wanted to kill you, kill your whole family, and exterminate your 9 generations, he would definitely do it. There were no exceptions before, and there would be no exceptions now. Damn it, I'm so unlucky. Tian Wujiang wanted to cry but had no tears. He couldn't control himself. Then, his eyes turned to the jungle. He was also an experienced Jianghu man. He knew that there was no turning back. The only way to survive was to kill Zhou Xiaoduo and get the bounty so that his bottleneck could be broken. Then, he would find a place to cultivate for a period of time to avoid the assassination of Water City First High School. If his cultivation was stuck at the bottleneck now, there was no possibility of survival. He had to kill Zhou Xiaoduo. He had to. In order to survive, Swish Duo had to die. Swish Duo was in happy trouble at the moment. What should he do now? Now, the Centipede King and the Snake King were fighting, and the Tiger King was constantly moving in the air to resist the aftermath of the battle as much as possible. Obviously, he wouldn't fall down for a while. Once he fell, it meant that the aftermath of the battle between the two kings would also fall. The Tiger King couldn't afford such a risk. Even if the Tiger King was fuming with anger and hated the two detestable guys in front of him, he couldn't think of any other way. He could only passively resist the aftermath of the battle to ensure that the treasure he was guarding wouldn't be affected. In the sky, the Centipede King and the Snake King were fighting fiercely. Their movements were getting bigger and bigger, and their power was getting stronger and stronger. The two behemoths were fighting fiercely in the sky. It was a life-and-death battle, and they were gradually approaching the point where they wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. There was another one slightly lower down, running back and forth. As for the humans who were searching for Swish Duo in the mountains, the three monster kings showed no mercy. Once they found someone close to the battle, they immediately pierced it with a spray of venom, not to mention the many people who were hit by the aftermath of the battle. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer people around. However, a ghost-like figure, using some unknown method, quietly approached the battle circle, found a place, and hid. Once this person hid, he was like a chameleon lying on a tree trunk. It was so natural that no one could see him at all. He swayed left and right, back and forth, following the waves of the battle. He really didn't reveal any flaws at all. The location that this person chose was very close to the Centipede Valley. It could even be said that he was already within the range of the Centipede Valley. However, the three monster kings in the sky didn't notice him at all. Swish Duo was hesitating. Should he get the Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment or the Dragon Soul Ginseng first? This was really a blissful problem. However, after thinking for a long time, Swish Duo still decided to go and take a look at the Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment first. Why not get the Dragon Soul Ginseng? One of the reasons was that after all, he had played with the Centipede King for so long and tried so many different positions. He still had some feelings for it. Of course, this was definitely not the main reason. The main reason was that if he dug up the Dragon Soul Ginseng now, the two monster kings would immediately stop fighting and work together to find the thief. Stop fighting, no. Turn to find the thief, even more no. Swish Duo quickly headed toward the Tiger King Valley. Right at this moment, in the sky above the starry mountains, 3 people floated in the clouds and suddenly gathered together. However, all of them looked solemn. Did you find it? No. What about you? There's no movement at all. What's going on? Why did he suddenly disappear? We can't not report it. It's been a long time now. Any possible variables are enough to appear. One of them had a distorted expression, and he seemed to be so speechless that he was heartbroken. The other two were silent, and their faces were also dark. An extremely oppressive atmosphere gradually spread in the air. It was simply indescribable. Motherfucker. The three of them never thought that Swish Duo, who was under their soul binding and strict protection, and even had Chief Nan's clone protecting him. Suddenly, it disappeared. Disappeared. As if he had evaporated from the whole world. At first, everything was fine. After the soul binding, they felt that this fellow was like a mouse digging holes continuously. They even thought that it was very interesting. But all of a sudden, it was gone. Moreover, he was not in the hole. It was better in the hole, but when he went up to the surface, he disappeared in an instant. What the fuck? How could this be? Why did he suddenly disappear? Why did he suddenly disappear for no reason? They did not know that Swish Duo had obtained the Void Transformation Stone. They only knew that Swixiao Duo, who was still locked on by their divine senses, suddenly disappeared. This was bad. I'm afraid that this will delay the important matter. The final result of this situation is secondary. This person must not be harmed. This is the only option that was set in place from the beginning. One of them smiled bitterly. Damn it. The Heavenly King sent the three of us to do this task. He repeatedly said that we must protect the key person of the task. But now, how did we lose him? The Heavenly King will definitely be furious. The other person sighed. This matter is because of us. But we can't delay it any longer. It's been a long time. All right. The three of them rose with the wind and chose a place to adjust the satellite phone signal. After a few more words of discussion, they dialed the number. The phone had only rung for half a second when the other side picked up immediately. Why are you calling? What's going on? The three of them were shocked. Since when did the Heavenly King pick up the phone so quickly? Heavenly King, there's an unexpected situation. The three of them hesitated. Oh, what unexpected situation? The Heavenly King asked immediately. That kid disappeared. When the person said this, his face was full of shame. Chapter 599. They had never done such a shameful task in their lives. Under such circumstances, they had to set up a trap and catch some rats. Protecting the people who set up the trap was just a matter of convenience. This was not difficult at all. It was a very simple task. So many people who were not as good as the three of them had succeeded and were fine. This time, it was obviously the Heavenly King who had asked the three of them to do it personally. However, it was the three of them who had made a mistake. Who could they reason with? His illustrious reputation was ruined. On the phone, the Heavenly King of the Right seemed to be silent. Then, after a while, he asked in a dreamy voice, "What? That kid? Who is missing?" They did not know if they had heard wrongly, but the Heavenly King of the Right seemed to be stuttering at this moment. "It's the kid you asked us to protect." The leader explained. Swixiao Duo suddenly disappeared. Then, there was a pause. Then, there was a rumbling sound from the phone. It seemed like something had fallen down. Then, the Heavenly King of the Right's voice sounded in exasperation. "What do you mean? How could such a fine person suddenly disappear? Isn't there a soul binding? Did the three of you make a mistake? Don't joke around, especially now." This person's heart could not help but stop beating for a moment. The Heavenly King of the Right. This kind of exasperated tone did not seem normal. "There is a soul binding, but I don't know what happened. The soul binding suddenly disappeared. We can't sense it at all. We have used our divine sense to search the entire starry mountains, but we still can't find him." The other side of the phone was silent for a long time. After a long time, the Heavenly King of the Right said as if he was sleepwalking, "Under what circumstances can the soul binding disappear?" The three of them felt more and more strange. Under what circumstances can the soul binding disappear? You, the Heavenly King of the Right, don't know this? Why are you asking us? But since the Heavenly King asked, of course, they had to answer. Cough. This is hard to say. For example, when a person dies and his original soul is gone, naturally. Or, this person explained with difficulty. Bang! There was another sound from the other side of the phone. The phone was suddenly hung up. It was hung up. The three of them looked at each other, but at the same time, they had the same thought. There was something wrong with the situation. Something was very wrong. Something was very wrong, Tens of thousands of miles away. In an office that looked luxurious, but was actually even more luxurious. The deep-sea solid wood chair had been shattered. The heavenly king of the right sat on the ground without a care for his image. He was dumbfounded as he stared at the latest mobile phone in front of him that had been crumpled into a ball. His face was filled with confusion for a long time. What happened just now? Why did I crush the phone? I really like this latest model of cell phone. Only then did he react. This is bad. He hurriedly went out to look for another phone. Give me your phone. What's his phone number again? Fuck, you don't know. How dare you tell me? Do you know who knows? Quick. Hurry up. After a while, the phone was connected again. Yu Dongtian asked nervously, how is the mission going? The three of them were stunned. Didn't I just report to you? Can you change the phone number and ask again? Can you change the result? The mission is going well, and a lot of targets have been locked. And now, Star Shield everywhere is already in action. I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about that kid, the one I asked you to protect. What did he say just now? He's gone. Yes. Heavenly King, I don't know what happened to that kid. He just disappeared. We've been looking for him for a long time, but we haven't found him. On the other side, the Heavenly King's breathing became heavy. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, what do you mean you haven't found him? If you haven't found him, continue to look. The three of you. What are you doing? You can't even handle such a small matter. You guys are. The phone was hung up again. The three of them looked at the phone and became more and more depressed. We didn't want this result either. But the Heavenly King's reaction wasn't right. Did he have to be so intense? Wasn't he just a young genius in the embryonic breathing realm? As the saying goes, one shouldn't bother with trifles to achieve great things. Although we are more upright, sometimes we will make certain compromises. On the other side of the office, Yu Dongtian looked at the phone with a dazed expression. He was gone. Xiao Duo was gone. He had disappeared under the protection of the three experts that he had personally arranged. With the lineup that he had arranged, even if the three of them were to escort Xiao Duo to the Omno Alliance, as long as they didn't deliberately seek death, there was a certain chance that they would be able to escape unscathed. But in the astral souls, using the method of soul locking to protect Xiao Duo, they had actually lost Xiao Duo. That was soul locking. This was so serious. The sky was falling. These were the words that popped up in Yu Dongtian's mind at the first moment. Yes, the sky was falling. This action had gone to the extent of seeking death. He had really dug his own grave. If it was only Uncle Zwa, maybe. Maybe there was a slight possibility. Accept reality. Or rather, consider the big picture. But there was also Aunt Zwa. Aunt Zwa, who hadn't given birth for so many years and had always been looking forward to having her own flesh and blood. Now, I've lost her precious treasure. It was also possible that he had already. Oh my God. Many people passed by and bowed respectfully to the Heavenly King. But they all saw that the Heavenly King was thinking about something seriously. Perhaps the Heavenly King was thinking about the situation in the continent again. You've worked so hard. We can't disturb you. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard the Heavenly King let out a blood-curdling scream. This scream was so miserable that it was enough to make people cry when they heard it. Everyone looked at him in shock. The Heavenly King of the right, who had always cared about his image, suddenly squatted on the ground. He grabbed his hair with both hands and shouted, "Oh my God! Let me die! Let me die!" The Heavenly King screamed so miserably that he looked like he was about to cry. Everyone was shocked and immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Something that could make the Heavenly King react so violently must be something big, something very big. We don't listen to it. If there was anything that needed to be done, the Heavenly King would naturally arrange it. But now, everyone had to go to their respective places and find their own mothers. Otherwise, once the Heavenly King gave the order, it would be too late. At this moment, any slight negligence would cause trouble and become a punching bag for the Heavenly King. Yu Dongtian returned to the office in a daze. His first reaction was, what should I do about this? He dialed the number. Nan Jingqian. Yu Dongtian roared. Where's your clone's protection? Chief Nan was shocked. The Heavenly King of the Right called to ask about this. What did he mean? Why did it feel like he was denouncing him? It didn't move. I didn't feel anything. It didn't activate. Chief Nan was confused. What's wrong? What's wrong? Yu Dongtian gritted his teeth and said, Nan Jingqian, you're finished. Let me tell you, under the protection of your doppelganger, Duo disappeared, and disappeared. Chief Nan's head buzzed the moment he heard the news. For a moment, he was so dizzy that he didn't even hear Yu Dongtian's words. There was only one thought in his mind, Xiao Duo disappeared. His vision suddenly turned black. He collapsed on the sofa and muttered to himself, disappeared. He suddenly reacted and grabbed the phone tightly. What's going on? Didn't you promise me last time? How? How did he disappear? He said anxiously, let me tell you, Yu Dongtian, you're the Heavenly King. I can't beat you, but what do you mean by disappeared under the protection of my clone? What do you mean? What's going on? Over at Yu Dongtian's side, he recounted what had happened in a weak voice. That's what happened. Anyway, he's gone. Yu Dongtian hung his head dejectedly. Tell me, what should we do about this? Nan Jingqian's face instantly turned pale. He felt as if his heart had stopped beating at this moment. There was only darkness in front of him. The sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. It was a scene of doomsday. He even lost consciousness. He could only hear his own voice saying to Yu Dongtian, this can't be hidden. Yu Dongtian's voice was obviously out of his wits. Do you want to say it or should I? Nan Jingqian collapsed on the sofa in despair and muttered, whatever. Anyway, I have nothing to live for now. You can shift the blame however you want. Yu Dongtian, who shifted the blame? But this matter, we have to give an explanation. Even if we can hide it for a while, how long can we hide it? I'm panicking now. Nan, this matter. Yu Dongtian, fuck you. Chief Nan suddenly reacted. He suddenly struggled out of his throat and shouted, I told you not to do it at that time. But you insisted on doing it. Where's your confidence? Where's your promise? I. Finally, he couldn't say anything. He choked for a while and then scolded harshly, what's the use of you? If it's really gone, Yu Dongtian, you'll be a sinner for all eternity. On the other side, Yu Dongtian hung his head weakly. He was scolded silently and didn't say a word. Purely in terms of rank, although Chief Nan had a high position and power, he was still inferior to the Heavenly King of the Right. Now, he was being scolded by Nan Jingqian, but he didn't refute a single word. He only looked depressed and a little hesitant. What should he do? How should he end it? Just as Chief Nan said, he couldn't drag it out. This bad news had to be reported no matter what. On the phone, Chief Nan's voice slowly recovered. That's not right. Tell me what happened. How did it disappear? Disappeared. Did he disappear? Is it confirmed that it's dead? When he said the last word, dead, Chief Nan's voice was extremely hoarse. His vision turned black and then bright, as if the universe had exploded in front of him. Chapter 600. It's gone. It's also gone. But it's not confirmed that it's dead, and there's no corpse. That's why I asked you about it. Yu Dongtian's voice was full of disappointment. But there's no information from the soul binding. That's a soul locking. There's almost no other possibility. Department head Nan took a deep breath and resisted the urge to curse. Forget it. Since it's already like this, there's no point in talking about it. I'll give Brothers Wu a call. Suddenly, he remembered. No. Brothers Wu blacklisted my number the last time. He said weakly, it's better for you to call. I'm not trying to shift the blame. I'm destined not to be able to shift the blame. No matter what, I'm responsible for it. But I was blacklisted after reporting the setup last time. I really can't contact him. Yu Dongtian's hair stood on end as he listened. Nan Jingqian was blacklisted. He was blacklisted after reporting the setup. The information revealed within this was simply shocking to those who heard it, and the awe-inspiring meaning was self-evident. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and finally said dejectedly, okay. I'll do it. Sigh. I'll do it. Nan Jingqian's voice was full of resentment and mockery. You're a heavenly king. You're full of confidence. You dare to do anything. You dare to set up any setup. You can handle it. You're tall. You're awesome. Yu Dongtian hung up the phone. There was a loud bang. Department head Nan smashed the office. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Department head Nan smashed half of the building. Finally, he stopped. He curled up in the chair and hugged his head with both hands. No one knew the severity of the consequences better than him. Brothers Wu might be able to take care of the big picture, but there was still his sister-in-law. She was an even more terrifying existence. Brothers Wu was a minister, but his sister-in-law had no position. She had no scruples. She could do anything. Now that after being childless for so many years, she finally had a precious child. Even when she couldn't cultivate, she still pampered her to the heavens. Now that he had displayed his talent, looked down on everyone, and was about to soar into the sky, his sister-in-law did not know how happy she would be. Now, once this news was sent over, Chief Nan didn't dare to think any further. On the other side, Yu Dongtian hesitated for a long time before he finally pulled out that phone number. He felt a sense of despair, as if he was about to be executed. However, he still hardened his heart and suppressed it. Beep. No one answered the phone. Continue. The call was directly cut off. Yu Dongtian's face was ashen as he waited on the chair. Sure enough, he received a message. Something happened. The message says, Yu Dongtian looked as if your parents had died. She typed heavily, Xiao Duo Yu. Disappeared. After a long pause, Yu Dongtian could even imagine the reactions and expressions on the other side. The other side finally sent a new message. Dead? Yu Dongtian hurriedly sent a message, No, I don't think so. It's just that he suddenly disappeared very strangely. The divine sense I placed on him failed to lock on, and the clone protection was not activated. In short, he disappeared very strangely. I don't know what happened for now. Perhaps, there's another reason. Perhaps because he had been an official for a long time, Yu Dongtian instinctively did not insist on his words and left some room for negotiation. Of course, he also sincerely hoped that there was really another reason. Even if he was mocked for being ignorant and inexperienced, it was fine. Ding dong. A new message came. The divine sense lock on him is gone. The clone protection was not activated? Yu Dongtian hurriedly replied, yes, it's just that I can't figure it out, so I quickly reported it to you to see if you have any other ideas. Ding dong. A few new messages came in one after another. I don't deserve to be called Heavenly King. I don't have any more ideas. Ding dong. I'll give you 2 more days to find the person or the corpse. Ding dong. If you find the person, I'll invite your father and your excellency to my house. If you find the corpse, I'll visit your house. Ding dong. I have to say that you're quite lucky. My wife just happened to go grocery shopping. However, I can only delay this news for 2 more days. I hope your luck is on your side. Yu Dongtian immediately broke out in cold sweat. As soon as he put down the phone, he turned his gaze to the message interface. The conversation on the phone just now made his scalp tingle uncontrollably. Every word was like a knife to the heart. But Uncle Zhuo was Uncle Zhuo. In the end, he still gave him 2 days of buffer time. But this sentence was a little uncomfortable. Find the person or the corpse. This did I only dare to look for the person, but I don't dare to look for the corpse. But is the person still there? No, the person must still be there. Yu Dongtian once again studied the message word by word. His heart slowly calmed down. Uncle Zhuo indeed gave me a hint. Yu Dongtian stood up and paced slowly. Yes, this was obvious. Give him 2 days to find the person or the corpse. There was a lot of wisdom in this sentence. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably only see the literal meaning. However, Yu Dongtian was different. After so many years of experience in the martial world, how could he not understand some things? As the saying went, father and son are connected by heart, mother and son are connected by heart. This was never just a saying. For example, if a mother suddenly missed her son very much one night, or dreamed that her son came to bid her farewell. Just like a father who suddenly felt unbearable palpitations, but it was not a heart attack. Usually, at this time, the person closest to him had left, or something had happened. And what Uncle Zhuo meant by this sentence was that he did not feel anything. Who was Uncle Zhuo? It was not an exaggeration to say that his spiritual sense was unparalleled in the world. If even he, as a father, did not feel anything, it meant that the little guy was still alive. Even if he was in danger. However, he still wasn't dead yet. Thinking deeper, although the soul lock had failed, Chief Nan's doppelganger protection was entrusted to Zhuo Xiaoduo. It would only take effect when he was in danger. Since it did not take effect, did it mean that the doppelganger protection was still there? Which meant that Zhuo Xiaoduo was not in danger at all, so there was no need for the doppelganger protection. As for being a guest, Yu Dongtian did not think about it for now. He had to find the person first. It would be best if he did not go to your house as a guest. He could not afford to eat at your house. Don't come to my house as a guest. My house could not afford to have you as a guest. At this point, although most of it was just his own speculation, Yu Dongtian immediately felt alive again. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, that was good. That was good. He grabbed the phone and put it down. He muttered to himself, I'll go over now and see what's going on. I should be able to make it. I must be able to make it. Look here, there should not be much pressure, right? After thinking about it, he finally made another call. I'll give you 1 day and 1 night. You must find Zhuo Xiaoduo's whereabouts. If he's fine, you must give me full protection. If there's anything wrong, you don't have to come back. He hung up the phone and immediately left. There hasn't been any big movement over there recently. Although the Flood Witch and the Raging Fire Witch are frequently active, the situation at the border is not too dangerous. Everyone is wondering why the senior management of the Umno Alliance is not the same as before. Yu Dongtian frowned in distress. This was actually a big problem. When his father was in seclusion to heal his injuries and Uncle Zhuo was experiencing the world, only he and the couple were supporting him. Now, the couple was in charge in the southwest. The few grand wizards there had already fought several times. And his side was the most important and crucial part of the current situation. In the past few days, the Flood Witch had gone crazy for some reason. She had been bursting with energy, wave after wave, as if she was crazy. What if he left and those grand wizards sensed the energy movement and took the opportunity to kill him? That would be terrible. But how could he be at ease if he did not go over? After thinking for a long time, he picked up the phone. Nanjing Qian, are you okay now? Why don't you go to the Starlight Mountain Range? I just told Uncle Zhuo, he said. He paused. Nanjing Qian was complaining on the other end. I'm in charge in the capital, and there's also the matter of you fishing this time. I haven't even finished cleaning up the mess, how can I leave? Nanjing Qian was full of bitterness. Besides, Brother Zhuo has a daughter in the capital. I have to keep an eye on that girl all the time. How can I be at ease? If that girl is worried about her brother and runs over there, then I'm done for. That girl has already run away once. I chased her for 3,000 miles before coming back. I really can't do anything on my side. Nanjing Qian's mouth was full of bitterness, but more or less, there was a hint of schadenfreude. There's no telepathy on Brother Zhuo's side. Then it's fine. Besides, my doppelganger is on Xiao Duo's body. Besides, I'm in the capital, and there's no end to cleaning up the mess for you guys. None of you are afraid of making a big deal out of it. Shimin Lai just killed the Empress's nephew who violated the military law a few days ago. I'm still dealing with it here. What kind of trouble is this? Is the Empress's nephew someone you can kill just because you want to? If you want to kill him, then so be it. Why don't you clean up the mess yourself? If Shimin Lai doesn't come back, I'll have to bear the saliva on my face. It's not easy for me. This time, it's Yu Dongtian's fault. You should go play by yourself. Besides, my doppelganger is already cleaning up the mess for you. You still want me to go over? After experiencing this internal turmoil, I won't stay in the capital anymore. I'll go back to the Southern Legion as soon as possible to be the commander. Whoever wants to come back can come back. When the time comes, I'll catch the relatives of the royal family and let you guys have a taste of cleaning up the mess. How awesome is that? Yu Dongtian was dumbfounded. He couldn't leave, but Nanjing Qian didn't have time either. What should I do? Suddenly, he thought of something. Nanjing Qian, you were blacklisted when you reported to Uncle Zhuo. I suddenly remembered this. What did you report? Minister Nand paused for a moment, as if he was arranging work. Then, he hurriedly said, you can deal with it yourself. Then, he hung up the phone. He wiped his cold sweat. How did I report it? Can I tell you? Yu Dongtian held the phone and listened to the busy tone. He smacked his lips and couldn't help but mutter, I'm definitely going to be the scapegoat. After thinking about it twice, he still had a headache. Whether he was the scapegoat or not. As long as Xiao Duo was fine, it was fine. But who would go over today? He was really worried. So, he called again and said in a friendly voice, Iron River, where are you now? I'm at the Dao League. What's the matter, boss you? You're busy. Yu Dongtian hung up the phone, the corner of his mouth twitching. You're a blacksmith. Why are you running so far away? All of them were troublemakers, say, if I had such awesome parents like Shuo Duo. Wouldn't I be banned every day? Chapter 601. We don't have time. We can't go. Yu Dongtian felt hurt. Clapping his hands, he lowered his head and said, "It seems that you two have to go." The two showed up in the air. "Boss, what's up?" "The Starlight Mountains. It's the same thing. Sun, moon, and star are there, aren't they?" The two didn't understand. "Ah, you two should go and check it out. Make sure nothing goes wrong." The two were more and more confused. That's it for this round, isn't it? Sun, moon, and star are there. They should be able to deal with everything. Why can't they make sure nothing goes wrong? If there's something that even the three of them can't handle, we won't be able to do anything. Why don't you understand? The most important thing now is attitude. Do you understand? Yu Dongtian sighed and squinted at them. How about you two stay here and defend against the flood and the raging fire? Do you want me to go there personally? The two were scared. Take a rest. We'll go there. Over here, we can't stop the big shots of the Umno Alliance. Not to mention the flood and the raging fire, we can't even deal with the ice deep Dan. Humph. Yu Dongtian squinted at them and then collapsed. That round is secondary. The most important thing is to protect that little ancestor. If something happens to him, I'm done for. No matter what. No matter what. You have to make sure he stays alive. The two of them were dumbfounded. Was it necessary? It was just a bait. No matter how important it was, it couldn't be compared with the King of the Right. Boss, may I ask who that person is? The two asked cautiously. Yu Dongtian showed an expression that was like crying and laughing at the same time. If I could let you know, I would have told you long ago. You just need to know that person is very, very important. The two were frightened. You must remember, if he dies, then I'm as good as dead. Yu Dongtian closed one of his twisted eyes. The muscles on his face looked like a bear's, but that had been stabbed by a knife. Do you understand? I know, I know. This time, the two of them were truly shocked. If he died, the Heavenly King of the Right would be as good as dead. Such explosive news was simply too shocking. The two of them could no longer sit still. Let's go now. If you want to go faster than full speed, then go. Yu Dongtian urged. Let's go. The two of them did not hesitate and disappeared without a trace. The two of them were on their way. On the other hand, the three people on the other side were more and more out of their wits. If we can't find Shuo Duo, we can't go back. The moment the three of them thought of this, they were immediately enraged. Let's split into 3 groups and search for this kid immediately. As for the matter of the situation, let's not care about it anymore. The 3 of them jumped up as if their butts were on fire. All of them could feel cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. When did the Heavenly King of the Right say something like this? This sentence was really too harsh. Of course, Shuo Duo did not know that this place was already in a mess because of him. At this moment, he was wearing the Void Transformation Stone and sneaking into the Tiger King's territory, entering from the other side far away from the search party. Above him, the Tiger King's angry roars continued. This was because the mountain wall here was about to collapse. No matter how hard he tried to maintain it and neutralize the aftershocks of the impact, it was inevitable that there would be holes. With the 2 monster kings going all out, even the aftershocks of their attacks were gradually too much for the mountain wall where the Tiger King lived. Not to mention the flat ground where the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment was growing. Seeing that things were not going well, the Tiger King immediately rushed up. Get lost, get lost. The Tiger King was really anxious this time. If you continue to fight, I'll really lose all the good stuff here. The mountain wall is already cracking now. However, the Snake King and the Centipede Queen were having a great time fighting, unwilling to stop no matter what. As the battle between the two monster kings continued to escalate, a quarter of the Centipede Queen's thousands of legs had been broken, and at least half of the scales on the Snake King's body had been knocked off. The Centipede Queen even directly tore off a snake tail. The two monster kings were no longer deliberately destroying things. They had completely lost their temper and were fighting for real. At this point, the Tiger King had no choice but to participate in the battle even if he wanted to. The reason was still because of the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. The treasure he was guarding was about to mature, and even the ground had started to loosen. Yet, at this time, those two bastards were fighting above his territory. Even if it really matured now, he did not have time to eat it. Although the treasure was good, he would need to go into seclusion immediately after eating it. And these two bastards were fighting for real, turning the sky and earth upside down. How could he go into seclusion? If he did not do anything, these two bastards would definitely destroy his heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. In fact, this was one of the main reasons why the two monster kings were determined to fight here. In close contact, the Snake King and the Centipede Queen could clearly feel that the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment was about to mature. At the thought of this, the two monster kings became even more violent, and their movements became even more ruthless. Although they were fighting for their lives, everyone knew one thing in their hearts. If the Tiger King was allowed to take the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment first, his cultivation would definitely surpass him by 2 levels, or even more. At that time, wouldn't he have to look up to the Tiger King? After today's battle, they were basically sworn enemies. How could the Tiger King, whose strength had greatly improved, let him go? The Centipede Queen still had the dragon soul ginseng as its backing, so there was still room for maneuver. But now, what did the Snake King have? Only the broken wall and half of his body were left. How could he deal with it? Therefore, the Snake King became even more crazy. On one hand, he wanted to kill the Centipede Queen. Once he killed it, the dragon soul ginseng would be his. On the other hand, he tried to destroy the Tiger King's heavenly tiger moonlight ointment as much as possible. At this time, he gradually dragged the Centipede Queen to a position close to the ground for the decisive battle. The battlefield was already far away from the Centipede Valley area and the central area. They had completely arrived at the Tiger King's territory. It was almost as if they were fighting at the entrance of the Tiger King's old home. Looking at this situation, how could the Tiger King still be indifferent? With a roar, the Tiger King rushed into the air like a huge black lightning bolt. Persuasion, dissuasion, and mediation were completely useless now. You want to fight? I'll play along and deal with you two defeated soldiers directly. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant. Do you think I'm a sick cat when I don't show my power? With a roar, the Tiger King shook his head and swung his tail. He opened his mouth wide and bit off one of the Centipede Queen's claws. His iron-like tiger tail also whipped the Snake King's body with a thunderous force. The Snake King screamed, and his huge body was actually slapped hundreds of meters away. The Tiger King succeeded in one move and overpowered 2 strong opponents. He couldn't help but feel proud. He roared into the sky, and his voice shook the 9 heavens. Get lost! Get lost, my beloved! At this moment, he really had the demeanor of a king, majestic and awe-inspiring. The Snake King rushed back quickly, but he didn't counterattack the Tiger King. Instead, he roared at the Centipede Queen. "Kill it! Kill it! Let's work together." The Centipede Queen seemed a little hesitant. However, after seeing his claws bitten off, he couldn't help but look at the Tiger King with murderous intent and fear in his eyes. The Tiger King is so powerful. And he didn't show any mercy. At the thought of this, he couldn't help but feel furious. The Snake King roared, "If we don't work together to kill it, the two of us will be defeated by it one by one. Kill it and you can have 2 of the 3 dragon soul ginseng." "I only want 1. The Snake King roared. "Get lost." The Centipede Queen was furious. "All 3 are mine." "Okay, all 3 are yours." The Snake King said, "I want this guy's Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment. How about it? If you agree, I'll give you half of the Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment. Let's talk about the big picture first. Otherwise, this stinky centipede wouldn't do anything." The Centipede Queen was tempted. Although the Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment had the best effect on the tiger, it was ultimately formed by absorbing the power of the moon. Even if one didn't have the tiger bloodline, as long as it could be used with the power of the moon, eating it could increase one's cultivation by a considerable amount. Another thing was that the Tiger King was dead. The Snake King didn't have the tiger bloodline, so even if it ate the Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment, it couldn't awaken any higher magical powers. After it improved its cultivation further with the Dragon Soul Ginseng, it would be 100% the boss of the Astral Mountains in the future. "You can kill it. But you have to be my underling in the future." The Centipede Queen roared. "Bullshit." The Snake King was furious. "I've already given in, and you still want me to be your underling? Dream on. You damn centipede, you deserve to die." The Snake King and the Centipede Queen roared at each other, also discussing. The Tiger King was furious. These 2 bruised and half-dead fellows were actually discussing how to split the loot. "Damn it. I'll let you guys discuss." It suddenly moved and charged forward at lightning speed. Taking a deep breath, the black tiger's body suddenly swelled. Its 2 huge wings spread open abruptly, and it soared into the sky. The surface of its wings was as dense as swords. There were at least hundreds of swords that were more than 20 meters long. They shone with a cold light as they charged forward. It was practically a moving armory. The so-called Mountain of Swords, Forest of Spears, and Rain of Swords were nothing more than this. "If you don't make a decision now, everyone will die." The Snake King roared anxiously. The Centipede Queen was also clear-headed. It made a prompt decision and said, "Kill it, and you and I will become sworn brothers. I'll be the boss." The Snake King raised its head and hissed, "Big brother. Let's kill it together." "Second brother." The Centipede Queen shouted. "Big brother. Second brother." The 2 demon kings circled and danced, one on the left and one on the right. They intercepted the Tiger King from both sides and started fighting again. The battle had escalated to another level. The Tiger King roared repeatedly and tried its best to resist. At the same time, it flapped its wings continuously. As the battle continued, it brought the 2 demon kings up into the sky. Its intention was clear: "Don't destroy my Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment." The Centipede Queen and the Snake King really didn't care at this point. So be it if they were high up in the sky. The Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment had now become their fixed goal. They didn't want to and couldn't destroy it. After you died, they still had to split the loot. Chapter 602. The 3 monster kings roared continuously. The battle to the death continued, and the situation continued to escalate. The more they fought, the more intense it became. This change shocked everyone on the Starlight Mountain range. What kind of change was this? Everyone felt that they could no longer understand this Starlight Mountain range. In the beginning, it was just the three monster kings intimidating each other. They still guarded their territory and didn't extend outwards. Then, the Centipede King fought a big battle. Then, the Snake King went crazy. Then, the Snake King and the Centipede King went crazy at the same time and fought fiercely. Now, the three monster kings were simply fighting together. Poisonous fog sprayed all over the sky, and venom flew everywhere. Within 100 miles, the poisonous fog was everywhere. On the ground, Xiaoduo became more and more cautious. He really didn't dare to be careless at all. If the three monster kings above discovered a loophole, any one of them would come down and he would die immediately. At this juncture, even if the Centipede King saw him, it probably wouldn't play games with him anymore. Although the Tiger King deliberately led the three monster kings to fight higher and higher, Xiaoduo still didn't dare to be careless. In another direction, two saber-winged tigers were rushing over in a sorry state. Ow, 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 ow. I smell the aura of a senior of the same kind here. Ow, ow, ow. I smell it too. Ow, ow, ow. Senior, we're here. Ow, 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 ow. Senior, we're of the same kind. We're here to seek shelter from you. Please take us in. The closer the two saber-winged tigers were to this place, the happier they became. They rushed over with their heads held high, and their speed was extremely fast. However, after a certain distance, they felt an extremely powerful pressure that they couldn't resist. Due to the extreme pressure, the two saber-winged tigers instinctively turned to tiptoe. The aura here was so scary. Oh, they didn't even dare to breathe. Ow, 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 ow. This seems to be the smell of the saber-winged tiger's soul poison. The male tiger lowered its voice. Ow, ow, ow. Yes. Ow, 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 ow. This senior seems to be fighting. The male tiger was a little timid. Ow, 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 ow. What's that smell? It smells so good, I want to eat it. The tigress was drooling. Oh. Oh. Wow. Wah. Right at this moment Xiaoduo had also arrived at the edge of this area. He had already seen the small mound that contained the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. It had already bulged and was gradually being pushed open. In a trance, two snow-white lotus-like objects suddenly bloomed on the mound, exuding an unusually alluring aura. Oh whoa! The two tigers immediately lost all reason and rushed forward crazily. As a member of the tiger clan, he was completely unable to resist the scent that was mixed with the aura of an ancient ancestor. On the other hand, Xiaoduo had just arrived. There was nothing he could do about the two uninvited guests who had arrived before him. Put it down. Stop. Mouth. It was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the two saber-winged tigers rushed up the mound crazily. The male tiger took a bite and swallowed one. Then, the female tiger next to him took a bite and swallowed one as well. At this moment, Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. In an instant, Xiaoduo felt that his heart was broken. He was so aggrieved that tears almost fell out. Fuck. I spent so much effort, and now that I'm here, I'm actually letting you two stupid tigers take advantage of me. No, the good stuff I ordered is about to be in my hands. How can I let outsiders take advantage of it? Not even external tigers. Spit out what you ate. Just as Xiaoduo was about to fly into a rage out of humiliation and go to extremes, he suddenly realized. Wait. These two tigers. Fuck. Why do these two tigers look so familiar, especially the tuft of white fur on the tigress's ear? Aren't these the two tigers I saw before? Then they're not external tigers, but internal tigers? Sigh, these two are really good at sports. When I was in Phoenix City, the tigress fought with me in the north of the city. When I left Phoenix City, this tigress ran to the wasteland in the west of the city to find her husband. Now, we actually met again. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? What's this called, three tigers karma? Since they're not external tigers, then forget it. I've been in Fenghai City for so long. Other than Li Changlong, there are very few people, beasts, I know. Now that I've come to the Starry Mountain Range, I've met an old beast. Isn't this fate? However, the two of you are so bold as to swallow the Demon King's thousands of years of protection. Isn't this not a good thing? You're really ignorant and fearless. You're really not afraid of death. Now, even I want to cut open your stomachs. As the spiritual medicine entered their stomachs, the extreme temptation also disappeared. The male tiger and the female tiger also woke up from their daze. The husband and wife looked at each other and immediately let out a scream. It's over, we're in big trouble. No matter how stupid the two tigers were, they knew that they seemed to have eaten something that didn't belong to them. Moreover, it was a super good thing. What? How do we know? Just by looking at the yellow light on our bodies, we know that this thing is very good. The strength in our bodies is constantly increasing. Our blood is also flowing non-stop. Our minds are also exceptionally clear. But it's still a little uncomfortable. Yes, we can't care about the discomfort. We have to run immediately, run away immediately. Oh whoa. Damn, we're in big trouble. The two saber-winged tigers roared and spread their wings, wanting to fly away. However, the yellow light on their bodies actually made them unable to fly. With a tragic whimper, they ran away with their tails between their legs. At this moment, how could they still care about north, south, east, west? In the sky, the Tiger King's earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded. It could clearly feel that the thing it had guarded for 3,000 years was gone. Gone. It was actually gone. The Centipede King and Snake King were clearly still in front of it. Then, who touched this king's treasure? At this moment, the Tiger King had really gone crazy. With a violent roar, it turned and rushed down. The Centipede King and Snake King took advantage of the gap on its back and hit it hard. Its flesh and blood exploded with a bang, but it couldn't care less. Like a bolt of lightning, it fell straight down from the sky. As it fell, it roared fiercely. Stop! Damned thief! Ow, 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 ow. The Tiger King went crazy. Its two huge eyes almost popped out of its eye sockets. I see, I see. It's actually two saber-winged tigers. Oh! My heavens, my earth, my God! Why? I've guarded it for 3,000 years. Ah! Where did these two bastards come from? Where did they come from? Where did it come from? They're considered gay tyrants. Why, what did they contribute? Why did they eat it the moment they came? Why can't I eat it after 3,000 years of hard work? I can't even smell it. Heavens, are you fair? Where's the justice? Where's the heavenly Tao? Earth, why can't you differentiate good from bad? Heavens, you're wrong to be the heavens. Poor saber-winged tigers, I've only shed tears for 3,000 years. A sharp whistle sounded in the sky. The saber-winged tigers were already very close. Like a cruiser, they suddenly smashed down from the sky like meteors. The wind whistled, even the stones on the ground and the mountain walls collapsed. At this moment, the Tiger King's accumulated hatred was close to destroying the world and collapsing the wilderness. On the ground, the two saber-winged tigers ran forward with their tails between their legs. However, with their weak cultivation, how could they escape the pursuit of their own kind's king? The strength and speed of both sides were not on the same level in any aspect. The two tigers' eyes were full of panic and despair. It's over. This time, they were really dead. Why was he so obsessed with eating those two lousy flowers at that time? Would that if the heavens give me a chance to start over, I'll definitely say, I won't eat it. If there's a time limit. Woo. I hope it's 10,000 years. I won't eat it either. Fuck. Xiaoduo was also scared out of his wits. The hairs on his body that had just grown out all stood up. These two tigers were indeed here to harm me. If you want to run for your lives, then run for your lives. Why did you have to run in my direction? Yes, that's right. These two tigers were like two sharp black swords, charging straight towards Xiaoduo. Their speed was also very fast. They were dashing madly on the ground and were less than 50 meters away from Xiaoduo. The saber-winged Tiger King also fell from the sky. It was only 50 meters away from the tip of Xiaoduo's nose. At such a distance, even if there were 1,000 void transformation stones, it would be useless. It was useless. Xiaoduo could even look into the mirror in the angry eyes of the Tiger King in the sky that at this moment, Xiaoduo only felt that his soul had left his body. He only felt that his gastrointestinal function was infinitely strong at this moment. His intestines were wriggling crazily in his stomach, and a vigorous feeling rushed to the back door in an instant. It's over, my life is over. At this moment, the two tigers saw Xiaoduo and recognized Xiaoduo. The two saber-winged tigers were overjoyed. Benefactor. Benefactor is actually here. Benefactor, you are the benefactor of us husband and wife. Benefactor. Ah. The two saber-winged tigers howled desperately at Xiaoduo, looking anxious. Of course, Xiaoduo didn't understand. However, the Tiger King in the sky heard them clearly. Benefactor. Save us, Benefactor. Benefactor, you're finally here. We're about to die. Save us quickly. Benefactor. We'll follow you from now on and guard your house for you. Benefactor. The Tiger King fumed. Fuck, he didn't expect this to be instigated by a human. This ant-like human in front of him actually directed such a big show. Die, you ant. These two bastards are actually dogs for a human, openly betraying the glory of the tiger god. Go to hell too. I want you to be consigned to eternal damnation and have your souls destroyed. The Tiger King let out an earth-shattering roar. A ball of light suddenly shot out from his huge mouth. What was this called? Tiger King's roaring bullet. Chapter 603. Well, Tiger King had never used this move since he learned it. It consumed his life force and soul power, and it was the most powerful attack in the inheritance. But now, he couldn't care about that anymore. He had to kill them, no matter what the price was. Destructive attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth suddenly fell down. The speed of this attack was indescribable. It almost surpassed the speed of light. Xiaoduo didn't have time to react. The two saber-winged tigers didn't have time to react either. They were hit. Well, the two of them were still the first targets. Originally, whether it was Tiger King, Xiaoduo, or the two tigers themselves, they all thought that Xiaoduo and the others would be blown to smithereens and turn into minced meat. But what no one expected was that the two saber-winged tigers suddenly emitted a dim yellow light. The shadow of a fierce tiger suddenly appeared. The yellow light formed a shield and strongly protected the two tigers. Two balls of light were formed. However, the power of Tiger King's roaring bullet was extraordinary. It was the ultimate condensation of Tiger King's life force and soul power. That strange yellow light seemed vast and unfathomable. But although the balls of light couldn't be broken, they were instantly blown away. The two saber-winged tigers only had time to cry out for help before they fainted. In the dim yellow light, the two saber-winged tigers were like two furry rubber balls, smashing towards Suoxiaoduo. Suoxiaoduo couldn't open his eyes. His heart was cold. Who would have thought that my handsome master Suo would die here today, buried in the mouth of a tiger? I don't want to die, that I still have so many things to do. Nyen Nyen cat, I haven't married you yet. I don't want to die like a single dog, a little virgin. Da, why isn't he dead yet? Suoxiaoduo opened his eyes and was immediately stunned. There was only calmness in front of him. A tall and sturdy figure was standing in front of him. He blocked the strong wind that was like a mountain collapsing. Suoxiaoduo rubbed his eyes and shouted in disbelief, "Uncle Nan." Returning to the moment when the Tiger King rushed down, the power that could destroy everything directly enveloped Suoxiaoduo completely. At this moment, Suoxiaoduo didn't even have the time to take out his sledgehammer. It was at this final moment when death was certain and there was no turning back. Suddenly, a silver light flashed on Suoxiaoduo's shoulder, and a burly figure appeared out of thin air. He stepped out of the void. He appeared in front of Suoxiaoduo. The person who came had a solemn expression, a firm determination, and a tall and sturdy figure. With a height of more than 2 meters, he was like a giant that could support the heavens and earth. His 2 long legs were like deep abysses and lofty mountains. He stood in the middle of the valley, but the feeling he gave off was that all the mountains and rivers in the world were under his feet. Heaven and earth are nothing but desolation, and the universe is not worth laughing at. When the Tiger King's roaring bullet hit this person, it actually disappeared without a sound. That person slowly stretched out a hand, and a thunderous explosion suddenly sounded in the air. A huge hand that blotted out the sun and covered the sky rapidly took shape. Then, it brazenly grabbed the Tiger King that was pouncing down in the palm of his hand. The aggressive Tiger King. The Tiger King that was as big as a cruiser. The majestic Tiger King that battled 2 great demon kings alone. The fierce and domineering Tiger King. At this moment, it was like a little kitten that was caught in the hand of that huge hand. Then, the huge hand exerted a little force. The Tiger King roared and vomited wildly in front of it, while the back of it was full of feces and urine. An incomprehensible squeak came out of its mouth, and its eyes rolled back. The entire tiger had already fainted. Chief Nan frowned and looked at the Tiger King in the huge hand in the air. He sighed in disappointment and murmured, "Another little kitten." Sigh. It wasn't easy to activate the doppelganger. Then, a whistling sound was heard. Chief Nan murmured, "It wasn't easy for this tiger to grow so big. It's better not to destroy the ecological environment of the Starlight Mountain Range if possible. Besides, that tiger god's bone is still here, it should still be able to produce heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. Let it go." With another casual squeeze, the Tiger King instantly woke up from its coma. However, the Tiger King didn't dare to move in the huge hand. Its big eyes were full of pity, like a kitten that was trying to please its owner. It wagged its tail desperately and looked at Chief Nan with pleading eyes. Soft pleading sounds came from its throat. Sob, sob, sob. Sob, sob, sob. It must have been hard on the Tiger King. Its body that was as big as a train carriage was actually able to make such soft and gentle sounds. Chief Nan smiled faintly. Survival of the fittest. Go. With a wave of his hand, the Tiger King flew back into the air. Guard here properly. Don't think about running around. No one else could hear Chief Nan's voice, but it went straight into the Tiger King's ears. The Tiger King trembled all over and nodded repeatedly. I really want to leave. It's really too dangerous here. Why won't this lord let me go? Sob. Too pitiful. Ah, who is too pitiful? The good stuff that he had guarded for 3,000 years was stolen by a foreign tiger. Then he squeezed it so hard that my pee sprayed out more than 100 meters. His heart, liver, spleen, kidneys, and gallbladder were all scared out of their wits. It was really too pitiful. Ah, who felt wronged? However, who didn't dare to say anything? Ah, who could only sob. On the ground, Chief Nan let out a strange sound wave to inform the few people in the sky. Duo, who was close at hand, didn't hear what Uncle Nan said. However, he still asked happily, Uncle Nan, why are you here? You came just in time. Uncle Nan looked at him and smiled. He reached out his hand and stroked Swishaoduo's bald head. Then, his whole body turned into spots of bright silver light and slowly disappeared. You can take these two little tigers with you. Try to take good care of them. When they regain their strength and wake up, you can release them back into the forest. Chief Nan said earnestly, don't mess around. Focus on improving your strength. Strength is the foundation of everything. In this world, the bigger the fist, the bigger the reason. I'll wait for you in Shangjing. Before his voice died away, the silver light disappeared. The figure of Southern Chief Nan had completely disappeared from sight. At this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky again. A figure landed quickly. The person appeared in front of Swishaoduo in a flash. His face was full of relief. Fuck you. I found them. I finally found them. Swishaoduo immediately became vigilant. Who are you? The person's movement skill when he appeared was already beyond Swishaoduo's knowledge. The person's strength was at a level that he had never seen before. He was even much stronger than King Centipede, King Snake, and King Tiger. With his current level of cultivation, he might be able to catch the eye of such a person after 100 or so years of cultivation. The other party laughed heartily in joy, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Complacently, he grabbed Swishaoduo's head. He wanted to pull out a few strands of hair, but this time, he grabbed empty air. A bald head, where did the hair come from? The person was speechless. He scolded, did your parents give birth to a bald child? Helpless, he took out a knife and pressed Swishaoduo to the ground. He shaved off the short hair that had just grown on Swishaoduo's thigh. You better behave yourself. If you dare to disappear again, I'll beat you to death. Swishaoduo was scared out of his wits when he was pressed down by the person. However, all his struggles were in vain. When the person took out the knife and pointed it at his body, Swishaoduo was even more terrified. Enemy! Save me! However, he was shackled by the person. Not only could he not move, he could not even shout. When he felt the cold steel knife scraping his thigh, Swishaoduo was almost scared to death. Could it be that this person knows that I've successfully cultivated the fiery sun divine skill and wants to castrate me for that thing? Thinking of this, Swishaoduo crazily cultivated. Shrink yang. Shrink yang. Suddenly, there was nothing below. It shrank. Pfft. The person almost spat out. He knocked on Swishaoduo's head. Behave yourself. Why did you put that thing away? No one wants to touch it. I'm even less interested. Swishaoduo chuckled. Do you think I'll believe you? I finally shrank it, and you want to trick it out and cut it off. I'd rather die than obey. I'd rather die than be a zombie. That's how stubborn Brothers Way is. However, the person really didn't do anything else. He just shaved off a handful of leg hair and walked away. Behave yourself. Don't run around again. After saying that, he disappeared. Duo was still frightened for a long time. He almost followed in Tiger King's footsteps. He was so scared that he pissed his pants. However, he suddenly realized. He was safe. What's going on? What's going on? He trembled as he stood up. He still felt the sharp blade scratching his thigh. It was indescribably uncomfortable and disgusting. He trembled as he circulated his internal energy for a long time. Finally, he was able to break free from the stiff state. He then circulated his internal energy to break free. He couldn't help but touch it with his hand as he muttered, "My skin is wrinkled from fright. Scared me to death." He touched it again and again. He only stopped when the flaming sun scripture reacted. He looked at the two tigers in front of him. These two sword-winged tigers were still covered in a hazy yellow light. They were sleeping peacefully. Why do they look so much smaller? Duo remembered Uncle Nan's words. He waved his hand and put them into the space of the Tower of Annihilation. Only then did he take a deep breath. He clearly felt that he was still in the human world. It was too close. I can't take such risks in the future. It's really uncomfortable to be on someone's chopping block. Duo trembled as he touched his head. Just a little bit more. This handsome and intelligent head is going to rot here. Duo lamented for a long time. He wanted to find another place to lie low. However, he thought of the dragon soul ginseng. Sigh, that dragon soul ginseng, should I steal it? Or not to steal? This is too dangerous. If this happens again, that I'll probably lose my life. Duo's heart was pounding with fear. However, he was also somewhat fearless. That person should be here to protect me. I wonder if he's from the military or a hidden dragon master. I have a backer. Chapter 604. Duo guessed. Judging from his cultivation and strength, he was most likely from the military, which meant he was the one who set this trap. If I was in danger, he would definitely come out to save me. What happened just now should be because I accidentally got the Void Transformation Stone and left his sight for a long time, which made him very anxious. If so, don't be sad. Well, I don't want to be pessimistic. I will definitely get a share of the dragon's soul grass under the cliff. However, his legs were still a little weak. Under the Tiger King's gaze, Duo disappeared. The Tiger King in the air didn't even care. In the air, the three monster kings stopped. Especially the Tiger King, who was still shivering in the air and didn't even dare to look over. The Snake King and the Centipede Queen didn't know what happened, they only knew that the Tiger King seemed to have suffered a big loss. But they didn't see what kind of loss it was. When Uncle Nan attacked, the two monster kings were enjoying themselves in the air. The pleasure of beating up the Tiger King hadn't passed yet, and they were still intoxicated. After that, the two monster kings also felt a ridiculously strong aura suddenly appear, but it disappeared immediately. The two monster kings were very suspicious and didn't know what happened. They hurriedly flew down to take a look and saw the Tiger King shivering in the air. His two big eyes were full of tears, and he was shivering like a little wife who was beaten up when she was just married. Hiss! The Snake King's spiritual power shook. What happened to you? Hiss! The Centipede Queen was also a little puzzled. What happened? The Tiger King lifted his leg, but found that his legs were still as weak as noodles. He almost knelt down in the air. His sword wings drooped down like a defeated chicken, powerless to move. Nothing. The Tiger King was gloomy and listless. However, he had no intention of mentioning what had happened just now. After all, it was enough for him to be the only one who knew about what had happened just now. It was already too much. If others were to know about it, it would be terrible. At the very least, they would laugh for the rest of their lives. Nothing. The two monster kings obviously didn't believe him. Your heavenly tiger moonlight ointment is gone. Nothing happened. Aren't you angry? How could the two kings know that the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment had been snatched away by someone else? However, when they saw that the Tiger King had suddenly turned into a coward in the blink of an eye from being full of vigor, the people outside the house couldn't quite understand it. This change seemed to be a little too big. The Snake King was proud. Even though the scales all over its body had been beaten to a pulp and it was still bleeding all over, it was not as cowardly as the Tiger King, right? He couldn't help but circle around in the air and asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" Suddenly, as though he had discovered a new continent, he screamed, "Tiger King! This yellowish thing on your butt. You didn't poop, did you?" The Tiger King let out a roar, turned around, and left hurriedly. In the blink of an eye, he darted into his cave and refused to come out no matter what. It's over, it's too embarrassing. In the end, if he was seen by that despicable snake, he wouldn't be able to see any beasts for the rest of his life. In mid-air, the two demon kings roared with laughter. Their laughter shook the heavens and the earth, causing the mountains to shake. However, as they laughed and laughed, their gazes gradually became filled with evilness as they looked at each other. Especially the Snake King. The Centipede King still had 3 dragon soul ginsengs. The Tiger King is cowardly now, but I'm not. In the battle just now, the Centipede King's combat power was only average. I have a 70% chance of winning. The two demon kings thus began to negotiate again. Of course, the Centipede King was unwilling. What's mine is mine. The treasure that both of you are guarding is gone. That's heaven's will. Your snake's soul fruit was stolen and the Tiger King's heavenly tiger moonlight ointment is gone. Why is my dragon soul forest still here? If this isn't heaven's will, what is? Heaven, let me be the boss. Why should I give it to you? Slowly, the situation became intense again. While the 3 demon kings were fighting here, the bounty hunters outside were all hiding far away. Who would be loitering in the battle circle for no reason? If they provoked the 3 demon kings to join forces to deal with them, wouldn't they die very quickly? Therefore, everyone felt that something seemed to have happened here. However, they didn't know and didn't want to know what exactly was going on. The silver light flashed just now. The moment Chief Nan appeared, the light was suppressed. Then, a huge hand grabbed the Tiger King from a position close to the ground. His movements were fast but not agitated. His aura didn't spread out at all. This was the true technique of a master craftsman who returned to simplicity. Therefore, the people outside didn't know what was going on. Many of the more skilled and daring ones merely roared at the Tiger King from afar. Then, they went silent. Everyone was trying to guess what had happened. After all, the Snake King and the Centipede King were confronting each other in the air again. It wasn't the battle between the 3 demon kings. However, the overall situation shouldn't have changed. The only one who discovered something was the gray shadow that entered the Tiger King Valley earlier. He was opposite Duo, about a few dozen miles away. It was precisely because of the distance that he could vaguely see that huge hand. He held his breath and didn't dare to move. He waited for a long time after Chief Nan left, but he still didn't move. After Duo left, he also left quickly. He didn't chase after Duo. Instead, he turned into a gray shadow and left the valley. In a certain corner. A certain three-man team finally heaved a sigh of relief. They finally found this kid. That was so scary. It turned out that this kid had cultivated some kind of concealment technique. Now, even though they grabbed a handful of this kid's hair, they still couldn't sense him when they used the soul imprint technique. What a freak. Old third, use your divine consciousness to follow him. Turn it into a flying mystic thought and follow him. You'll follow him for the afternoon. Second, and I will take over at night. Don't lose him again. Big Boss sighed. This hair is useless now. Just throw it away. It disappears again when it's further away. Sigh, when I shaved his hair just now, this kid actually hit his bird. Damn it. I almost died laughing. Second and third brothers also suppressed their laughter and pretended to be shocked. Ah, there's such a thing. You didn't do something to make her misunderstand, did you? I didn't do anything extra. Misunderstanding my foot. I can only say that he's a freak. Big Boss recalled and couldn't help but smile. I don't know who his parents are to give birth to such a plaything. I guess he must have been beaten a lot since he was young. He tasted it. Anyway, I want to beat him up whenever I see him. This feeling can't be stopped. When this is over, I must see it for myself. The other two were very interested. Then I'll go. If it's a flying mystic thought, I can last for 12 hours. I can't take it anymore. Remember to keep track of the time. With that, his body flashed away. Flying mystic thought and divine consciousness locking were two completely different things. It was to split a part of the divine consciousness and keep a constant watch on a person. No matter where the target went, the divine consciousness would follow him like a shadow. Especially at a critical moment, this divine consciousness could even transform into the main body to fight. It was really amazing. And this kind of amazing technique had a heavy burden on the user. Even with the tyrannical cultivation of these three people, they couldn't maintain it for a long time. But for a freak like Suashao Duo, if they didn't do this, they couldn't keep an eye on him at all. The three people who had seen ghosts were really afraid of the dark. They were already very depressed. Third brother went. Big Boss hurriedly found a place to make a phone call. Heavenly King, that kid has been found. He's safe and sound. Third brother is following him now. This time, there won't be any mistakes. Hearing the good news clearly, the Heavenly King on the right let out a long sigh of relief, as if he had been holding it in for a day. Good, 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 very good. The Heavenly King's hearty voice came from the phone. When I come back, I'll record a great merit for the three of you. Big Boss was a little confused. A merit just like that? And a great merit? Was it so easy? He was a little not used to it. After hanging up the phone, he still felt that it was a little unreal. On the other side, the Heavenly King on the right was completely relieved. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He patted his thigh excitedly. Damn it. Found him. All the worries in his heart were put down. I was scared to death. Now, of course, he called to report the good news. Found him. He took out his phone and found Uncle's was number. With a smile on his face, he called him directly. Ha ha ha. 2 days. With the Heavenly King on the right, how could it take 2 days? It's only been 1.5 days. Zhanglu had a scholarly and refined expression on his face. It was as if he had a carefree smile on his face as he walked slowly through the mountain range. Wu Yuding was by his side. The couple looked as if they were out for a sightseeing tour. However, the two of them were paying close attention to their surroundings. Even those lifeless rocks that couldn't be moved at all had to be touched to take a look. The couple had been doing this for a long time. Ever since Sui Xiaoduo and Sui Xiaonian left, they moved here. Every day, his job was to wander around this small hill. No one knew what they were doing. Even the Astral Soul stone shop was sold by Sui Chonglu. At that time, it caused a small commotion. Many neighbors came to ask if there was any problem at home. If they needed money, just ask. Hu Ruoyun and her husband, as well as a group of teachers from Phoenix City No. 2 High School, also came to visit. What the hell happened? Why did they need to sell the shop? Could it be that Xiao Duo needed money for something outside? If you need money, just ask. We have it. The couple did not know whether to laugh or cry at this result. However, unknowingly, they experienced the beauty of the world. However, although the couple was no different from jobless vagrants, they were not short of money at all. In fact, they were very rich, super rich. This was because there was already an astronomical amount of money in their cards. Moreover, every few days, more money would be transferred in. Sui Xiao Nian would receive a sum of money, and Sui Xiao Duo would receive another sum of money. If he was really an ordinary person, it could be said that the money in his card would be inexhaustible. Even if he did not do anything, he would be able to enjoy his life comfortably and live a life of luxury and wealth. Yes, even if they lived a few lifetimes, they would have more than enough money. It was a pity that they were not in the same world. Otherwise, they would definitely go to Chidian Chinese Network to subscribe and send a wave of rewards. After all, it was really unfair to this handsome author to be indifferently enjoying the fruits of other people's labor while reading pirated versions. Crazy hint. Yes, subscribe. Please come to Chidian Chinese Network to read the original version. You deserve it. Please vote. Chapter 605. Sui Chonglu and Wu Yuding weren't ordinary people. They didn't care about money. But every time their son and daughter transferred money to them, the couple felt more gratified. Another money transfer. Is it Xiao Duo or Little Nian this time? Xiao Duo. This kid doesn't study hard. I don't know where he got so much money. Another one is coming in. This one is from Little Nian. How much? 100,000. Not bad, the girl is not bad. Really not bad. In the future, Xiao Duo won't starve. There's something even better. Sui Chonglu's face relaxed. What? Little Nian also transferred 50,000 to me. She said. It's for Daddy's private money. Sui Chonglu chuckled. My daughter is good. My daughter was afraid that Mommy wouldn't give Daddy money, so she even transferred her private money. But what can I do with it? Wu Yuding snorted and said indifferently, it's useless. Which card is your private money? How can you receive money alone without me knowing? Sui Chonglu was stunned. Days passed peacefully. Day after day, Sui Chonglu and Wu Yuding were very satisfied with the current situation and were living very comfortably. Those who knew were coming to transform into the mortal world. Those who didn't know would see. This was simply a comfortable life. Their son and daughter had grown up and could be filial. The rest of their days were so comfortable. However, Sui Chonglu and his wife weren't feeling well these days. A few days ago, Wu Yuding was the first to start cooking. When I'm done, I must invite Little Bear and Little Fishy over and get some ingredients. I'll entertain them well. Yu Dongtian's surname is Yu. What's the best at swimming? Fish. Since it was the offspring of a big fish, it was only natural that it was Little Fishy. Wu Yuding's face was ice cold. To think of using my son to set up a trap, this is already a smart melon. To dare to put it into action, this is even more intelligent and brave. I must reward this kid well. Zhuo Chonglu tried to persuade him again and again. He felt that it wasn't a good idea to call him over and slaughter him. Especially since little Yu is still a junior. It's hard to avoid the suspicion that she's bullying the young. Why don't we go to their house as guests when we get back? However, since yesterday, Zhuo Chonglu was the one who felt uncomfortable. Because Zhuo Xiaoduo was missing. Zhuo Chonglu did not dare to tell Wu Yuding this news for the time being. He knew very well that if he said it, his wife would go crazy. She might even go hysterical. Right now, Wu Yuding was only angry because no one knew the situation in the mainland better than the couple. Of course, there were many experts, but compared to the border, it was much, much safer. They only used Zhuo Xiaoduo to set up a trap, and Yudong Tian and Nanjing Qian sent people to watch over it. Any unforeseen event would be under control. No matter what, nothing would happen to him. The couple still had this bit of trust and confidence. If it was in the central city of the mainland, with the heavenly king of the right, the minister of finance, and the protection of the entire Hidden Dragon High Martial School, what could happen that if something happened, it would really be a stroke of luck. The heavens were playing tricks on them. Zhuo Chonglu felt that the heavenly king of the right and the minister of finance would not joke about their sons and their own lives for no reason. They were fully aware of the consequences if something really happened. It was a consequence that would not be enough even if they committed suicide to atone for their sins. However, the world was so bizarre. Just as Zhuo Chonglu was worrying about how to dissuade Wu Yuding from treating them, Yudong Tian called. Zhuo Chonglu on the other end of the phone looked calm and unperturbed. In fact, his heart was thumping. He quickly hung up the phone and took the phone to the other side, asking Yudong Tian to send a message. If it was nothing important, Yudong Tian would never call. As long as there was a call, it must be something important. However, they were using Zhuo Xiaoduo to set up a trap. Other than that, what else could it be? This was almost imaginable. Sure enough, Yudong Tian's words almost made Zhuo Chonglu faint. Xiaoduo was missing. 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 Zhuo Chonglu's vision went dark. He knew his wife's character better than anyone else. She longed to have a child of her own. Zhuo Chonglu also knew that once his son was gone, Wu Yuding would definitely explode. She might not destroy the mainland or anything, but at least Yudong Tian and Nanjing Qian would not be able to live. It was normal and basic for him to part with his wife and not see her for the rest of his life. However, Zhuo Chonglu was stunned for a moment before he began to recall. My biological son, I can sense his presence through my divine thoughts. Father and son are connected by heart. Did I feel anything unusual? There was nothing unusual with his wife these few days. Hence, he replied. He gave Yudong Tian 2 days. Zhuo Zhonglu had given him 2 days of buffer time. Wasn't that the same as the 2 days he had given himself? If he could not find him in 2 days, there was no need to look for him anymore. Ever since he received the news, Zhuo Chonglu began to feel uneasy. He even began to dream. He often broke out in cold sweat. However, the most difficult thing for him was that he could not show any abnormalities in front of his wife. He did not want to look back on this pain and suffering. He usually did not look at his phone. He usually threw his phone everywhere. Sometimes, he would throw it next to his wife's pillow and fall asleep. However, he never left his phone. When he had nothing to do, he would take it out to see if there was any news that he had missed. From time to time, he would walk to a certain place and take it out to see if there was enough signal. He would not go to places without signal. What if he could not receive important news? Dad. Wu Yuding called. Oh, I'm coming. Zhuo Chonglu, who was secretly looking at his phone, quickly responded and walked over with a smile. You're acting weird today. Wu Yuding looked at Zhuo Chonglu suspiciously. What's wrong? You can't put your phone down. Are you addicted to it? Is this thing so charming that it even subdued you? No, no. Zhuo Chonglu laughed dryly. Could it be that you're waiting for news? Wu Yuding's eyes were dangerous. Whose news are you waiting for? Zhuo Chonglu, are you seeing someone outside? Tell me, how many private cards do you have? Is the person outside a mistress or a mistress? How could it be? How could it be? Don't let your imagination run wild. What mistress or mistress? Zhuo Chonglu was frightened by Wu Yuding. How could she make such a connection? If it's not a mistress or mistress, then why are you so nervous? Why do you look so worried? Wu Yuding frowned even more. Just as Zhuo Chonglu understood her, she also understood Zhuo Chonglu. I'm just worried about Xiao Duo. Zhuo Chonglu coughed. I don't know if it's done over there. Now I know what it means to worry a mother when a son travels 1,000 miles. Xiao Duo will be fine. Wu Yuding was very sure. Xiao Xiong and Xiao Yu are watching over there. What can happen? Wu Yuding was very confident. Zhuo Chonglu laughed dryly. Yes, that's right. What can happen? Wu Yuding looked at Zhuo Chonglu carefully. Her eyes were full of curiosity. You have something on. Her tone was very certain. No. Zhuo Chonglu was shocked and immediately denied it. You do have something on. Zhuo Chonglu was nervous. Wu Yuding was even more certain. Say it. I'm really fine. Zhuo Chonglu swore. Wu Yuding's eyes were dangerous. Are you going to say it or not? Are you really keeping a mistress? It's really nothing. What should I say? Zhuo Chonglu looked innocent and a little wronged. What can happen? Don't you know who we are? You say you're paranoid every day. What's wrong with you? Tell me, what are you thinking right now? I'm with you all the time now. Even if I want to look for someone, I need time. After being joked around by Zhuo Chonglu, Wu Yuding thought that it made sense. Her eyes gradually softened, but she still frowned and murmured, something doesn't feel right. Zhuo Chonglu secretly wiped away his cold sweat. Sigh, you women just like to think too much. It's even more so after you play with your phone. I'm speechless. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and turned around. Zhuo Chonglu was about to breathe a sigh of relief. But at this delicate juncture, a burst of music sounded. The melody was very cheerful. Sister, wait for me. Sister, wait for me. Brother is earning money outside. I'll marry you. His cell phone rang. Zhuo Chonglu's cell phone rang. Zhuo Chonglu's body couldn't help but tremble. Damn. Why did it have to be now? Damn it. Wu Yuding turned around and stared at Zhuo Chonglu. Her eyes were dangerous. That's a good ringtone. Wu Yuding's face was cold. Who's calling? Zhuo Chonglu's face was bitter. It's just a random ringtone from the phone company. What can that prove? Do you really think I have a mistress? The ringtone was still ringing. Wu Yuding crossed her arms and looked down at Zhuo Chonglu. The world is unpredictable. Who can say for sure? Pick up the phone. Why aren't you picking up the phone? Zhuo Chonglu's lips twitched. He took out his cell phone as if he was going to the execution ground. A name popped up on the screen. Yu Dongtian. It's Yu Dongtian. Look, he must be looking for me. I'm going to pick up the phone. Zhuo Chonglu showed the screen of his cell phone to Wu Yuding. Then, he pretended to be anxious and turned around to find a secret place. Why are you leaving? Wu Yuding's face was cold. Her eyes were suspicious, and there was a dangerous glint in them. Even if it's you Dong Tian calling, can't I listen to it? What secrets do you have? Wu Yuding ordered directly, pick it up right here. Put it on speaker. Zhou Chonglu's face was almost flattened. Do you have to? Do you have to? Why are you so paranoid? Do you think Yu Dongtian's name is fake? Father's acting skills were on point. He was almost at the level of an award-winning actor. At this time, he was still able to lead other people. Are you going to turn it on or not? Wu Yuding took 2 steps forward and suddenly shouted, "What's wrong with my son?" Her pretty face turned red in an instant. Then, it turned pale and her delicate body trembled. Chapter 606. As a mother, Wu Yuding instinctively thought of the worst thing. Otherwise, why would Zhou Zhonglu go to such lengths to hide this from me? Zhou Chonglu instinctively trembled. He felt that the muscles at the corners of his eyes were out of control. He kept blinking, and his heart was blank. This shout. I'm scared out of my wits. Answer it. Wu Yuding looked at the phone and shouted again. Zhou Chonglu's fingers seemed to weigh thousands of pounds. Finally, he pressed the button. The phone was connected. At this moment, Zhou Chonglu was like a criminal waiting to be sentenced. You Dong Tian. You mustn't spout nonsense. It's not just you, old Nan's life, and even your uncle's life are in your hands now. Yu Dongtian's voice was heard immediately. Uncle Zhou, ha ha ha. The heavenly king of the right sounded very relaxed and cheerful. Ah. Zhou Chonglu. I found Xiao Duo, ha ha ha. The heavenly king of the right announced loudly. He was high-spirited and proud, and his previous depression was swept away. Wu Yuding's cold eyes shot over. Found him. What does that mean? Does that mean you couldn't find him before? What's the situation now? Zhou Chonglu broke out in cold sweat. On the phone, the heavenly king of the right was in high spirits. He couldn't wait to report his achievement. Oh my God, I don't know why he suddenly disappeared. At that time, I was scared to death. I had already locked onto his soul, but I still couldn't find him. I was so worried. Oh right, Uncle Zhou, you haven't told Auntie about this, right? Please don't tell her. Now that we've found him, everything is fine. You're right, right? There's no need to worry, Auntie. You must be thinking the same. Please forgive her, please. Zhou Chonglu's facial muscles twitched. Yes, I haven't told your aunt yet. You're the one who's telling her now. You've told her clearly and completely. At the side, Wu Yuding's eyes flickered with a chilling light. That was great. I can't even find his soul lock. Such a big thing happened, and you still want to hide it from me. Not bad, not bad. The affection between you men is indeed deep. The heavenly king of the right was still sighing. Uncle Zhou, you don't know how scared I was. Ah, don't mention it. Luckily, Uncle Zhou, you are a responsible man. You made the decision to hide it from Auntie and gave her 2 days. Otherwise, I think I would have died. You don't know how important Auntie is to us. She is. TSK, Tisk. Zhou Chonglu looked up at the sky. I know very well what your aunt is like in your hearts. I also know that you will still die. And now it's already cold. Also, even I'm dead now. What do you mean by touching a sore spot? It was a textbook interpretation. With your IQ, how did you become the heavenly king of the right lane? How many back doors did your father pull for you? Uncle Zhou. The heavenly king of the right lane was puzzled. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you so happy that you can't speak? I can understand that. Why isn't Uncle Zwa saying anything? You can understand. Why can't you have some self-awareness? Your Uncle Zwa wants to speak too. But Uncle Zwa doesn't know what to say now. At this moment, Zwa Chonglu felt very complicated. It was so complicated that it was indescribable. Apart from a silent sigh, all that was left was speechless and choking. Wu Yuding's sweet voice sounded, "Oh, I thought it was a mistress outside. Is it really a call from the heavenly king of the right lane? What a great honor. Zwa Chonglu, don't move. I'll take a picture of the call and post it on my WeChat moments. It's so rare that the heavenly king of the right lane is calling. It's so precious. Shouldn't I keep it as a family heirloom? The other side of the phone went silent. There was a thump, and no one knew what happened. Then, a voice that sounded like it was about to cry was heard. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Little Fishy. I'm your favorite little fishy." Wu Yuding pursed her lips and said, I can't accept that. I'm just a woman who has been kept in the dark. How can I be qualified to be the auntie of the right lane's heavenly king of the right? Oh right, what do you think of me? A shrew or a tigress? I'm so unreasonable. On the other side, Yu Dongtian was obviously dumbfounded. In fact, when Wu Yuding opened her mouth to speak, the heavenly king of the right lane's heart had stopped beating. There was nothing but confusion in his mind. Auntie, I was wrong. I was wrong. I deserve to be scolded. I deserve to be beaten. I deserve to die. Please don't be angry. Yu Dongtian quickly and sincerely admitted his mistake. I'm old. Am I very old now? You were wrong. What did you do wrong? Can the heavenly king of the right lane make mistakes too? Wu Yuding's voice was so cold that it made people shudder. You're not old, you're not old. You're just more senior. When we first met, I wanted to call you elder sister. As for what I did wrong, I did wrong everywhere. Zwa Chonglu was impressed by Yu Dongtian's answer. Otherwise, why would he be the heavenly king of the right lane? His EQ was really high. She admitted her mistakes so straightforwardly, and even said such beautiful words. She was really eloquent. Then tell me, how did you do wrong? Wu Yuding snorted and asked. Here's what happened. The heavenly king of the right was not loyal at all. He immediately spilled the beans and explained everything clearly. Fortunately, Uncle Zwa is magnanimous. Uncle Zwa was also thinking for Auntie. I'm afraid that Auntie will be angry and hurt her health. Yu Dongtian's brain became more and more flexible as he spoke. In the end, he even threw the blame to Zwa Chonglu. Actually, it's a long story. I didn't intend to do this at first. But Nanjing Qian, that guy, he's really not a good person. He suggested that Xiao Duo should go there to attract hatred. Cough cough. Actually, I didn't intend to do this. It's all his fault. Yu Dongtian spoke more and more fluently. Actually, I know very well in my heart. Xiao Duo is Auntie's favorite. Even if he's not in danger, she's still worried about him. Auntie has been so good to me since I was young. How could I let Auntie worry about me? But Nanjing Qian, that guy, is really not a good person. He said that he would vouch for Xiao Duo. That guy is really too much. Of course, it's also my fault. At that time, I felt that I was close to Auntie, so I should train Xiao Duo if I had the chance. Even if Auntie hit me, as long as Xiao Duo can grow up smoothly, I'll accept it. Actually, based on this consideration, it's still too wishful thinking. No matter what, it's still my fault. No matter what, I should have reported to Auntie in advance. But at that time, the flood witch suddenly appeared at the Sun and Moon Pass. I was so busy dealing with the flood witch that I forgot about it. I always thought that Nanjing Qian would definitely report to you. Who knew that guy was so unreliable? The Heavenly King of the Right spoke sincerely and repeatedly apologized. He kept throwing the blame to the people outside the house. His voice was as hurried as a machine gun. But when he reached the end of the sentence, Nanjing Qian suddenly began to speak word by word. He was afraid that Auntie couldn't remember it and didn't have a deep impression of it. It had to be said that his eloquence was really good. His speech was also really smooth. His meridians were even longer. He could even perform a crosstalk. After Wu Yuding heard the whole story, and now Sua Xiao Duo was also found. The Heavenly King of the Right kept emphasizing, I sent 5 people, Heaven, Earth, Sun, Moon, and Star, to take turns to protect him. I personally instructed and gave a strict order. Wu Yuding's high-hanging thoughts were also put down. At least, her anger was not as serious as before. If I knew that Nanjing Qian dared not to report to Auntie, I wouldn't have done that even if you beat me to death. I lost my mother when I was young. It was Auntie who raised me. How can I forget Auntie? I must be filial to Auntie in this life. Finally, the Heavenly King's tone changed again. But no matter what, my responsibility is not small. I can be considered as half of the initiator. Even if Auntie forgives me, I can't forgive myself. Another day, I will definitely come to apologize to Auntie. I will especially kowtow to Auntie. One had to admit that these words were really awesome. Even Sui Changlu, who was listening at the side, could not help but secretly give him a thumbs up. With such a good eloquence, he should really enter the palace to be a eunuch. He should be a professional flatterer. Wu Yuding's anger was actually mostly dissipated by Yu Dongtian's words. So, it's all Nanjing Qian's fault. Although it's true. But it can't be completely like that. No matter what, as the Heavenly King of the Right, I also have to take responsibility. I can't just push all the blame to him. Besides, although Nanjing Qian is at fault, he's a simple-minded person. He's as stupid as a pig and as stupid as a bear. Auntie, if you want to blame someone, blame me. No matter whether you hit me or scold me, it's all an elder teaching a younger one. Sui Changlu, who was standing at the side, rolled his eyes. You still can't push all the blame to him. You've already completely cleared yourself of the blame. Moreover, you've already completely confirmed Nanjing Qian's crime. All the blame has been shifted to Nanjing Qian's head. How can you be so righteous? Why do I remember that you were the initiator of this matter? Nanjing Qian tried to stop you time and time again. It was you who insisted on doing things your own way. You were full of confidence and thought that you wouldn't make any mistakes. You even patted your chest and said that you would bear all the consequences. Now, you're trying to shift the blame to someone else. You're trying to play the victim that he tue. How can you say that? I can't listen to it anymore. There's a second line in the title of this chapter. Who can match it? I'm writing the 3rd chapter. I'll update it later. Chapter 607. Sui Changlu sighed in his heart. Otherwise, why would he be the Heavenly King of the Right? Someone really had a successor. Just as shameless. His father was Yu Er's son, and each generation was better than the last. Wu Yuding finally broke into a smile, so that's how it is. Actually, it's not a big deal. I'm not angry at all. Why do you think I'm such a narrow-minded person in your eyes? Auntie is a magnanimous person. I knew Auntie was a good person. Auntie loves me the most. Zhou Chonglu tried his best to hold it in. He wanted to vomit a few times already. You're already a few thousand years old. Didn't you think twice when you said, Auntie loves me the most? I really miss Auntie. I'll visit Auntie when I'm free. Auntie, you might not know this, but I went to the Tao League a while ago to collect some heavenly beauty flowers, snow jade lotus, ice sky lotus, and jade bone grass for Auntie. I'll send them to Auntie when I'm there. Even though Auntie doesn't need those things because of your natural beauty, it's still nice to see them. The heavenly king of the right let out a sigh of relief and smiled fawningly. Then, Auntie, I'll hang up first. Wait, Wu Yuding said calmly. Ha! Yu Dongtian was stunned. That's not enough. Because of what I just said, I had to make a trip to the Tao Alliance continent. Where do I have those things now? The house has been very quiet recently. Your Uncle Zhou doesn't have anyone to drink with. Wu Yuding said, that's why I'm going to cook a table of dishes and invite everyone to join in the fun. Auntie misses you the most and has saved a spot for you. You won't reject Auntie, right? Yu Dongtian opened his mouth wide. He was speechless for a long time. Please don't miss me, and don't save a spot for me. I can't afford the food at your house. The whole continent of astral souls, no, including the Tao League, and even the Umno Alliance, would stay away from your family banquets. 2 of the swordsmen from the Tao League ate a meal from you, and it said that they still haven't paid off their debt. Wu Yuding said with a smile, it's not a big one, and the guests are all acquaintances. This is really a family banquet. Family banquet. Yu Dongtian cried. If it was really a family banquet, then it would be even more unbearable. Everything else is ready. We just need a few more ingredients. If it's not convenient for you, I can get someone else to bring them over, Wu Yuding said. I'm convenient. What ingredients does Auntie need? Just say it. Yu Dongtian patted his chest. Tears were already brewing in her eyes. Yes. I heard that the Umno Alliance has a type of bamboo called the waterflame bamboo. Can you get some of its bamboo shoots? Also, there's a type of bamboo called the space lotus. It said that it tastes good. As for the ice soul lotus, it's the best for Nian, in my family. You can get me a few sections. I don't need too many, just 8 or 10 sections. As for the rest, fire sea abalones and hurricane crabs, just get me a few. Auntie trusts your judgment. Yu Dongtian said anxiously, Auntie, it's not easy for me to get these things alone. Can you give half of them to Nanjingqin? Wu Yuding said, Nan Xiaoxiong has other ingredients that need to be prepared. Well, it's about the same as yours. Yu Dongtian felt a little better. Well, as long as I'm not the only one who dies. He felt a little better. My ass. Just hearing the names of these things made him want to die. Wu Yuding said, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. When I'm done, I'll call you again. I've prepared your favorite chive pancakes when you were young. You must come. Auntie will be waiting for you. The phone was hung up. Yu Dongtian was dumbfounded. He was tongue-tied and speechless for a long time. I want to die. What should I do? Who's going to kill me? I must be very, very grateful to you. These things, how are they going to make a hot pot? They're obviously going to stew Yu Dongtian, the little fish, right? The bamboo shoots of the water-fire bamboo could only grow in the places where water and fire intersected, between the places where the flood witch and the raging fire witch lived. The water-fire bamboo was full of the cultivation essence of the 2 great witches. It was even better than the essence. As for the bamboo shoots of the water-fire bamboo, it was not known if the 2 great witches were willing to use them as ingredients. Ha! The Space Lotus was a special product of Great Witch Dan Kong's place. It was a special treasure that could only be produced by Great Witch Dan Kong's cultivation of space magic. Wouldn't it be too extravagant to use it as an ingredient? The Ice Soul Lotus was a treasure that could only be produced by the cultivation of the Ice Nether Witch. As for the Fire Sea Abalone and the Deep Sea Hurricane Crab, they were relatively easy to obtain. It seems that I'm really fucking arrogant that she actually said that the Fire Sea guarded by the Raging Fire Witch's wife was easier than the Wind Lake guarded by the Wind Emperor. Water Fire Bamboo Shoots, Space Lotus, Ice Soul Lotus, Fire Sea Abalone, Wind Lake Hurricane Crab. Yu Dong Tian counted with his fingers. In addition to the Heavenly Beauty Flower, Snow Jade Lotus, Ice Heaven Lotus, and Jade Bone Grass. He pulled his hair and went crazy. Just exchange it for a piece of leek pie. Let me die. Let me die, let me die. Although Yu Dong Tian was very uncomfortable and didn't know if he could get through it, it was finally over here. It's over, I can rest assured. As for the scapegoat Nan, he can do whatever he wants as long as it doesn't involve me. That I don't care how Nan Jingqian dies. On the other side, the other person directly involved, Sua Chonglu, was almost scared out of his wits when he saw Wu Yuding's knife-sharp gaze after hanging up the phone. The timing of the call was simply too opportune. Sua Chonglu, you're really something. Wu Yuding's gaze was as sharp as a knife. I'm wrong, it's my fault. Sua Chonglu immediately admitted his mistake. Ha! Do you think you're Yu Dong Tian? Did you learn from him to admit your mistake to deal with your own wife? Wu Yuding was furious. Her anger, which had almost subsided, flared up again. What do you mean by hiding my son's matters from me, his mother? Sua Chonglu opened his mouth. I'm just afraid that you'll be anxious. Does that mean that if something really happens, you'll keep it from me for the rest of my life? Wu Yuding reached out and skillfully grabbed Sua Chonglu's ear. She shouted, Sua Chonglu, I want to divorce you. Sua Chonglu tilted his head in embarrassment. Be gentle. Ouch, ouch. It hurts. But in his heart, he thought, divorce me. I just want to know who in the entire mainland dares to go through with this procedure. Sua Chonglu. How dare you? Wu Yuding's anger was uncontrollable. It lasted for a few hours as she vented her anger without restraint. Sua Chonglu hung his head and followed along with his red ears. There was only sorrow in his heart. The two masterminds were thousands of miles away. They only needed to call to apologize for a short while. The rest was all for later. At least you're done now, but what about me? Xiao Duo is my son too. How can I not be worried and sad when he's in danger? I still have to be your scapegoat and bear the responsibility for you. Don't you feel guilty? I can't run away, I can't hide, I don't dare to scold them, and I don't even dare to resist that. I can only take it passively. You bastards are a bunch of scoundrels who only know how to backstab your friends. Sua Chonglu felt that he would not be able to see the sun for some time. He couldn't help but secretly swear that when his wife's family banquet started, he would definitely hit them when they were down and ruthlessly slaughter them one by one. But even if his wish came true, it was all for later. What should he do now? Mr. Zhuo was vexed. Son. When this is over, quickly call me back. Call me, and I'll get your mother to answer the phone. Let's get this over with quickly. Sigh. Sua Chonglu looked up at the sky and sighed. His expression was bleak. It's so hard to be a man. Sua Xiaoduo went into hiding again. Right now, he was completely unaware of the twists and turns in this matter. He also didn't know that his father had already fallen into the abyss of suffering because of him and his two bad friends. He was being wantonly trampled on by his mother's evil hands. If only he knew that. What does it have to do with me? I won't call back. Maybe I'll call my mother to complain after the conflict between you two is resolved. Well, I'll make a comeback and let my mother reignite the embers of her anger. Humph, who told you to whip me with a belt when I was young? Your son is so vengeful. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but a villain takes revenge from morning till night. The Centipede Queen and the Snake King were still fighting in the air. The fight was getting more and more intense, and the noise was earth-shattering. This situation made Xiao Duo anxious. You two are fighting too fiercely. Can you not fight so fiercely? The beautiful snakeskin on the Snake King was already in tatters. I've liked it since a long time ago. It's the material for my coat. Do you want me to take it back and change it into a beggar's outfit? The more tattered the material, the less valuable it is. Do you know? Do you know? The Centipede Queen was howling. Centipede legs fell from the sky one after another. They sizzled on the ground and then melted. The Snake King was also howling. Pieces of the Snake King's scales flew in the air like snowflakes, scattering in all directions. And at this moment, other than the assassins from the underground world, the other families sent people to kill Xiao Duo. At this time, most of their identities and backgrounds had been investigated. Messages were sent to the Heavenly King of the Right and the Chief of the South. On the other side, orders were issued. Teams of Star Shield, the Security Bureau, the military, and the Martial Arts Department were dispatched. All over the country, from all directions, whether it was the royal family, the aristocratic families, or the various departments and bureaus, they all started to move at the same time, which was extremely rare. The burly chief of the South stood on the roof of the capital's Ministry of Finance. Half of his body was in the air. He was like a god descending to the mortal world. The hidden dragon rising to heaven plan starts immediately. Let's do it at midnight today. I can't hold on much longer. I won't do a single chapter at midnight. Don't wait. Chapter 608. At the top of Shangjing City, a team of Qi Watchers recruited by the Southern Long March was observing the flow of fate energy in the sky. All the elites of the royal family had been dispatched and were under the command of the Southern Chief. All the elites, including the military, were now under the command of the Southern Chief. All the established families in Shangjing were trembling with fear. The butcher's knife was hanging high in the sky. Who knew which family it would fall on? No one could say for sure. But everyone knew what was going to happen. This time, Chief Nan had raised his butcher's knife high up in the air and would not easily withdraw it. This time, there would definitely be a few aristocratic families that would suffer. That was for sure. The Nine Heavens Pavilion and the Nine Heavens Pavilion were also mobilizing their manpower for this operation. In the sky above the battlefield of the Sun-Moon Pass, General Dongfang stood high in the sky and observed the situation on both sides. Obviously, the huge turmoil in the Astral Souls continent this time had affected the balance of fate energy between the Astral Souls continent and the Umno Alliance continent, that at this moment, the Starlight Mountain Range was still in an uproar. The people here had no idea that many places had fallen into an unprecedented turmoil because of what had happened here. It was a complete mess. The forces behind many of them had already been wiped out in one fell swoop. But they were still oblivious. They were still eyeing Xiao Duo covetously, ready to kill him in exchange for the reward. They were looking forward to their bright future and writing a legend. The two Beast Kings were fighting fiercely in the sky. The fight was getting more and more intense. But both the Snake King and the Centipede Queen had separated a wisp of their spiritual power and connected it to the dragon soul ginseng in the Centipede Valley. The strange disappearance of the snake soul fruit and the sky tiger moonlight ointment made the two beast kings more vigilant. They did not want the same thing to happen a third time. Fighting is one thing, but if the dragon soul ginseng is gone, what are we fighting for? Why are we fighting? Although Xiao Duo was getting closer and closer to the mountain wall, he did not dare to go over and collect the dragon soul ginseng. This was because he could clearly sense that there was a dense amount of spiritual energy on the left side of the mountain. Both the Centipede King and the Snake King had set up a spiritual seal. Their spiritual power was enough to form a natural barrier that Xiao Duo could not break through. Under such circumstances, the Void Transformation Stone would be of no use and would not be able to do anything. Xiao Duo thought for a while and started digging again. Opportunities only came to those who were prepared. The main reason why he was able to reap so many benefits was because he always planned before taking action. He always laid out the arrangements first, and then it was his luck that made it happen. With 2 shovels of the big shovel, a big hole appeared in front of his eyes. Xiao Duo crawled in like a mouse. Once it reached a certain depth, it switched to using the flaming sun scripture to burn it all the way forward. However, this also caused some abnormalities. On the ground, the fog, poisonous gas, and marsh gas seemed to be getting thicker and thicker. With such great benefits in front of him, Xiao Duo was unusually diligent. First, he crazily dug down for thousands of feet. Then, he started burning his way forward. With Xiao Long leading the way, he was walking in a straight line from the Dragon Soul Ginseng. There was no possibility of mistakes. You must fight for a while longer. You must fight for a while longer. It would be best if both of you are injured so that I can hold a hot pan in my cold hands. Xiao Duo prayed in his heart. His actions became faster and faster. Quick, quick, quick. The battle between the two kings was still escalating. The range of the battle was also getting bigger and bigger. As for the 3 people who had been secretly observing the situation and protecting Xiao Duo, their brows were tightly knitted together. They could clearly feel that the void where the Snake King and the Centipede King were fighting was shaking faintly. It was a kind of rejection from the void. More importantly, it was man-made. In such a situation, such a sign that the 3 of them looked dignified and were ready for battle. Just as they were about to report, a shadow flashed in the sky. 2 more shadows fell from the sky. They were the 2 people who were sent by Yudong Tian. Why are the 2 of you here? The 3 of them were surprised. The Heavenly King sent us. Sigh, to protect that little guy. The 2 of them were speechless. Now that we have found that little guy, there is an unexpected change. You came at the right time to deal with it. What change? How is it an accident? You will know if you sense it carefully. The area where the Snake King and the Centipede King are fighting, that void. After half an hour, the 2 people who had just arrived looked at each other. They saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Are you sure? There is indeed such a sign. Although it is not very obvious, it is probably because the strength of these 2 monster kings is still too weak. They do not have the ability to trigger a bigger effect. Thinking about it carefully, this place is really strange. Why are there 3 monster kings gathered here? Moreover, there is a heaven and earth treasure of the same attribute near each monster king. Moreover, these heaven and earth treasures are all formed from the bones of ancient monsters. It is not normal for them to be gathered here. It is just that no one has thought about this problem before. What do you mean? I suspect that there might be a relic space in that location. The other 4 people, no, including the person who had voiced his suspicions, were all shocked and fell silent at the same time. If it was really a relic space, then the aftermath of this matter would be too big. These 4 words could almost be related to the survival of the continent. Let's test it out. Who will go? I will go. Be careful. Remember to do it discreetly. I know. How can I not know this? If it is true, this time, something big is going to happen. The Snake King and the Centipede Queen fought fiercely. However, at this point, the 2 of them did not feel like fighting anymore. The 2 monster kings could feel that when compared to the other party, they were not as strong as they had imagined. If they really wanted to kill the other party, the best result would be that they would lose half of their lives. The more likely result would be that both of them would be injured or even die together. To be able to cultivate all the way to the Monster King level, their intelligence was naturally not low. At their level, it was impossible for the fishermen to benefit from the fight between the snipe and the clam. The Centipede Queen was even thinking, there are 3 stalks in total. I want 2. Giving me 1 stalk is not impossible. The Snake King was also thinking, there are 3 stalks in total. Even if it only gives me 1 stalk, it is still acceptable. Just as the 2 Demon Kings were thinking, why don't we have a talk, a voice rang out. Suddenly, a figure rose from the ground. In just a flash, he was already in between the 2 Monster Kings. The speed of this movement technique was unimaginably fast. His strength was also far above all the bounty hunters so far. He was even stronger than Yi Changqing and the other hidden dragon martial experts. The masked man suddenly attacked. Under the shocked and angry gazes of the 2 Monster Kings, he threw a punch. This punch was wrapped in the sound of wind and thunder as it landed on the Centipede Queen's belly. The Centipede Queen's huge body was actually curled up by this punch. It opened its ferocious mouth and spat out a mouthful of acidic water. Then, it spat out blood like a waterfall. Its huge body was twisted and turned in the air. It was involuntarily knocked backward. The Snake King was shocked. For a moment, he was scared witless. This 2-legged beast was so powerful and sharp. The 2 Monster Kings had been fighting for a long time. Not only were they heavily injured, their combat power was also weakened. Even the poisonous liquid and fog were almost exhausted. The opponent's attack was so vicious that it was beyond its limit. How could it dare to fight? It turned and ran. However, in a flash, this person was already in front of the Snake King. He still threw an ordinary punch. With a boom, the Snake King's huge body followed in the footsteps of the Centipede Queen. It flew out and crashed into the Centipede Queen's body. The 2 Monster Kings screamed as they flew backwards. Their long bodies were almost twisted and tangled together. Boom! In the void. The 2 Monster Kings seemed to have crashed into something. There was a slight ripple in the void. Then, the 2 huge bodies bounced back. The masked man's eyes lit up. As expected. Then, there was another whistling sound. Thousands of shadows appeared and covered the void. They surrounded the Snake King and the Centipede Queen in the air and attacked violently. To outsiders, it seemed that this person was using extreme speed to attack and kill the 2 Monster Kings in one move. Boom boom. The 2 Monster Kings were stunned on the spot. They only felt that their bodies were constantly disjointed. Their vitality was also crazily disappearing. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. They were completely unable to resist and were beaten into the dust. The masked man's body also disappeared in the air. It seemed that he had chased them all the way down. This scene caused everyone in the Starlight Mountain Range to jump in fright. Whether it was the bounty hunters or the people from the Hidden Dragon High School. Who was this? How could he be so fierce? For a moment, everyone was shocked. At this time, Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt that the spiritual restriction of the Snake King and the Centipede Queen had disappeared. He was still a little confused. Halfway through, He came up to feel for a while and found that the restriction had really disappeared. Damn, he had wasted half a day in the tunnel. However, the opportunity was right in front of him. How could he not take advantage of it? He quickly rushed to the cliff. However, just as Xiao Duo was about to rush over, a huge body fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Xiao Duo jumped in fright and hurriedly turned around to look. Just a few dozen meters behind him, the Centipede King was fiercely smashed onto the ground. Its entire body was covered in wounds, and its smelly blood was like a fountain that sprayed straight into the sky. Its whole body was twitching. The huge centipede head was almost in front of Xiao Duo. Xiao Duo was so scared that all the hair on his body stood on end. Damn, is this a trap? He subconsciously wanted to run. But then, there was another boom. The Snake King's body also fell and landed heavily on the Centipede Queen. This crash actually broke the Centipede Queen's body into two from the middle. Flesh, blood, and bones were blurry and mixed into a pile. Faced with such a shocking change, Xiao Duo was stunned. Chapter 609. Xiao Duo was shocked. Did Uncle Nan do it again? Otherwise, how could he create such a shocking effect? Taking a closer look, he saw that the Snake King, which was still intact, was now twitching all over. Inside its huge head, its huge body was spurting out a huge amount of blood like the Centipede Queen. Many parts of its body were dented and protruded. It was obvious that it had been disjointed. It's so tragic. It doesn't seem like Uncle Nan did it. A crazy idea came to Xiaoduo's mind. Could it be that both sides have suffered great losses? If that was the case, it would be a windfall from the sky. Moreover, from the looks of it, not only did both sides suffer great losses, but they were also defeated and killed. In an instant, two huge pies fell from the sky and landed in front of Xiao Duo. Xiao Duo was almost knocked out by the two mountains of gold. Looking at the motionless Snake King and the Centipede Queen, Xiao Duo didn't hesitate to throw over a long sword that he picked up as a spoil of war. Whoosh! The sharp sword went straight into the Snake King's head without any resistance. The Snake King's body was still twitching as before, but there was no other reaction at all. Ha ha ha! Xiao Duo was overjoyed. He looked around carefully, but there was no one. He looked at the sky, but there was no one there either. God's will. This is God's will. Xiao Duo directly pulled out two large hammers valiantly and spiritedly. He roared and rushed forward. I, Xiao Duo, will kill two monster kings today. Waha! Yes, Xiao Duo really rushed forward. Before his opponent was completely dead, he stabbed the dragon blood-flying dagger into the Snake King's belly. It had to be said that this time was completely different from the previous time when he extracted and absorbed the blood essence. The dragon blood-flying dagger turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Duo had already circled around. The sudden appearance of the 9-9 kitty hammer was like a storm, smashing on one of the Snake King's heads and the Centipede Queen's 9 heads. Bang 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 bang. Thousands of strikes landed on the motionless heads of the two Demon Kings, smashing all 10 heads into smithereens. Hee, what peerless Demon King! Didn't I beat him to death? Xiao Duo put his hands on his hips, looking insufferably arrogant. The two demon monarchs are full of treasures. However, this is not a good time to deal with it. Xiao Duo thought for a moment and checked a few more times to make sure that the two demon kings were completely dead. With a wave of his hand, he sent the two demon kings into the Tower of Annihilation. It still needed to be processed and could not be placed directly into the spatial ring. If it was placed into the spatial ring, he would not be able to enter it. When he wanted to process it, he would have to take it out and put it into the void-destroying pagoda. It was better to just use the void-destroying pagoda and save himself the trouble. Then, he brazenly smashed the mountain wall with his hammer. Following the direction that Xiao Long had pointed out, they pushed all the way in. The invisible man in the air was speechless. Can you be any more shameless? These two demon monarchs were clearly killed by me. You just smashed the corpses a few times and you actually thought that you killed them and then walked away so confidently. If the demon monarchs had not fallen and their chi had not dissipated, do you think that with your little cultivation, you could smash the Snake King's head? Also, you smashed the corpses of the two demon monarchs and still did it in such a majestic and arrogant manner. Putting your hands on your hips and acting like something, you're really awesome. Does your father know that you're so awesome? This person was depressed. He originally wanted to take the two demon monarchs and conveniently take them away. After all, it was still a profit. However, he did not expect that this kid would be so proficient in picking up the corpses. He was so familiar with the process and was so nimble. He had to deal with the traces in the air and try his best not to let others discover that there was a spatial relic here. And this brat took advantage of this gap, brazenly stood out and smashed the heads of the two damned demon kings a few times with his hammer. Then, he took them away. Took them away. Tell me, where are you going to reason with this? Forget it. Anyway, I'm here to protect you. I won't lower myself to the level of a kid like you. Then, he saw this kid smash the mountain wall with a hammer. Then, he was like a large pangolin, digging down without any obstruction. He dug down 300 to 400 meters. And then, as if he had reached a special location, he took out a huge shovel and continued digging. However, the flickering light made that person swallow his saliva uncontrollably. What the fuck? He actually used so much heavenly witchcraft copper to make a shovel. Who is this kid? How could he be so rich? You already have so much heavenly witchcraft copper. Do you still lack the two demon monarchs? Do you know which one is more important? Then, he saw this kid shovel hundreds of cubic meters of stuff into his spatial ring. That spatial ring seems to be very big. Although this person was experienced and knowledgeable, he did not think about the Tower of Annihilation. Although he was confident that the soil that Zhou Xiaoduo dug up contained the spiritual herbs that the Centipede Queen had been guarding for so many years. However, there was something that he could not understand. That wasn't this kid a little too accurate? Then, he saw Zhou Xiaoduo disguise himself and sneak out of the Centipede Valley. Although he was watching with his own eyes, his divine sense did not detect him at all. Just like that, he walked out of the valley. This kind of operation made this newly arrived expert gasp in amazement. I don't know how this kid was born. He's so sneaky. I heard him talking to himself along the way. Something about both sides dying and being too lucky. Who is he talking to? The more this expert thought about it, the stranger he felt. No matter how you look at it, you shouldn't be so sure, right? He kept this question to himself until 2 hours later. Seeing that the kid thought he was safe, he hid in a tree hole and breathed heavily, muttering to himself, "Sigh, the so-called Tao of luck is still just a matter of chance." Previously, when I was in danger and didn't die, I had Uncle Nan to protect me. Just now, the two monster kings fell in front of me. How can there be so many good things in the world? They must have been killed by the person who protected me. He's really a good person. He didn't even snatch my things. No, I should say that I snatched his things, but he didn't say anything. Smacking his lips, he said regretfully, "Why didn't he take care of that Tiger King too? Let me pick up the leftovers again." Such a ready-made bargain. I wouldn't complain even if there were 8 or 10 times a day. Sigh, Uncle Nan is so soft-hearted. He actually wants to protect the environment. Seriously. Uncle Nan doesn't know how much this tiger skin, bones, and penis are worth. What a waste. This expert's face turned green. This little bastard really knows everything. But it's this kind of act of pretending to be ignorant and deliberately snatching things that it's really infuriating. Sua Xiao Duo was now comfortable, satisfied, high-spirited, and overjoyed. In short, he was overjoyed. Out of the 3 spirit herbs, 2 were in his hands. Moreover, he even got the remains of the big ancient demon. Sua Xiao Duo felt that this trial was about to end. This game should be about to end, right? I've already taken most of the benefits. What are you waiting for? Could it be that there are other benefits for me? Sua Xiao Duo was quite handsome, but how could things be so simple? Was it going to end just because he had taken enough benefits? How could it be? Now, the entire continent of astral souls was in a state of war. How could it end just like that? Especially, Sua Xiao Duo had been hiding his head. Many people who wanted to deal with him hadn't done anything yet. If they didn't do anything, it meant that there was no evidence. It was just like how the bounty hunters didn't dare to take action against the teachers of the Hidden Dragon High School. They were afraid of leaving behind evidence. If these bounty hunters didn't really make a move against Sua Xiao Duo, their identities were still bounty hunters. At the very least, they weren't bounty hunters targeting Sua Xiao Duo. They could even say that they were here to protect Sua Xiao Duo. They wanted to get on the good side of the Hidden Dragon High School. After all, it was one of the top 3 universities in the continent. It was the best excuse to build a good relationship with him. Now that there was an unexpected discovery, it was even more impossible for this matter to end so easily. As soon as heaven and earth arrived, they immediately reported to the Heavenly King of the Right that there might be a space relic. The Heavenly King was really shocked this time. The location that they chose based on the situation might have a space relic. What kind of luck was this? Think of a way to settle this matter as soon as possible. With the addition of this variable, he had to end the matter of Sua Xiao Duo's bounty in advance. Otherwise, the Wizard Alliance and the Dao Alliance would definitely come and take part in it if the information was leaked out. They had to end this matter as soon as possible and start military control. The Heavenly King had thought of all the follow-up plans. However, things didn't go as planned. There was obviously more than one discerning person here. At that time, there were other people who had discovered the space fluctuation. They had even discovered it earlier than the people from the astral souls. Just as the Heavenly King of the Right put down the phone, his phone started ringing crazily. When he saw the name, he smiled bitterly. "Brother Lei, why did you call me personally?" On the phone, a voice said angrily, "Why are you pretending to be confused? We have to have a share in the joint development of the space relic." Yu Dongtian instantly had a toothache. "It's not confirmed yet. Do you want me to go over and confirm it with you? Or I can go over alone to confirm it. I'm really not sure what kind of relic it is." Yu Dongtian's voice was very cautious. "At the moment, we've only discovered the space fluctuation. I'm really not sure." He suddenly realized. There's actually a spy in the Dao League in the Starlight Mountain Range. Do you want to kill our genius? On the other side, why do you care? Yu Dongtian had a toothache. From the looks of it, the Umno Alliance also knows about it. It seemed that the plan to monopolize it wouldn't work. The person on the other side laughed loudly. Then it settled. The call ended. Yu Dongtian rubbed his forehead with a headache. There was really no other way. He really couldn't take it. Just as he was feeling depressed, his phone rang again. When he looked at it, he smiled bitterly. After a pause, he picked it up. Boss Hong, congratulations on coming back. Chapter 610. From the other end of the phone came the sound of metal clashing, mixed with a domineering aura that looked down on the world. He directly opened his mouth and spoke. The 3 continents will develop the ruins together as usual. Do you have any objections? Yu Dongtian smiled bitterly. There were indeed spies from the Umno Alliance over at the Starlight Mountain Range. He said with a twisted face, "This, we have to discuss with the minister." Hearing the words minister, the Flood Witch suddenly became furious. "Just discuss it. Why did you push this guy? Let me tell you. 2 of your people are in trouble now, don't force me to start a war." The Flood Witch suddenly became aggressive. "Let me ask you, what do you think about developing the ruins?" Yu Dongtian's eyes shot out crazy anger, and his breathing became heavy. "Who do you think I am? How dare you bully me? Damn you! I am of the same level as you." He really wanted to shout, "Let's start a war then. I'm not scared of you." But he really couldn't beat this lunatic. And now was not the right time. Yu Dongtian was speechless at the mention of the serious shortage of high-end combat power on his side. No one would have thought that the Great Flood Witch would come back so early. This unexpected change had suddenly trapped the high-end combat power on their side. If they started a war now, they would lose without a doubt. "Boss Hong, you, my father, and the Minister of the Left have been friends for many years, let's save some face. Right, there's no need to fight for luck." Cough cough. Yu Dongtian was trying his best. But the Flood Witch directly exploded. "Don't mention this guy to me." The Flood Witch directly roared with a kind of earth-shattering resentment, hysterically angry. "If you mention this guy again, I don't want the ruins anymore, let's start a war." Yu Dongtian was shocked when he heard this. "What? What's wrong? Haven't you always been appreciative of each other?" Yu Dongtian's mind raced. Suddenly, he felt a very good feeling. She was a little excited and thought, could it be that after Uncle Zhua cheated the Fire Witch, he cheated the Flood Witch? If that's really the case, then I'm really rejoicing in your misfortune. Waha. Zhua Changlu's arrangement at that time involved too many people. Other than Wu Taijiang, who happened to be there and knew the reason, no one else knew the inside story. Even Nanjing Qian and Yu Dongtian did not know about it. In this regard, Zhua Changlu really didn't dare to let them know. These guys didn't keep their mouths shut. If word got out, the Flood Witch's humiliation would be a small matter. His son's life would be in danger. Therefore, Yu Dongtian's current actions were all just guesses. The moment he heard the Flood Witch's hysterical rage, he became excited. The soul of gossip was burning fiercely. Digging grass. There was an inside story. "I miss Kong Kong." Yu Dongtian coughed. His voice was very clear, and he said with a bit of refreshment, "Boss Hong, we're old acquaintances. Although you and my father are old rivals, and I'm a generation younger than you, on the battlefield, I've never seen you give me any face. So I can only talk to you on my own. That's why I said that we're of the same generation. Is that wrong? No, right?" The Flood Witch's fierce voice sounded again. "If you think so, it's okay. Now I'm talking to you about something serious. What do you want to do by talking nonsense? Speaking of which, what peers? You think too highly of yourself. You owe us too much." Yu Dongtian was stunned. "What do I owe you?" The Flood Witch snorted and said blandly, "Back then, your father and Zhuo went to the main hall of the Umno Alliance together and revealed your identity. They said that they couldn't interfere with your growth. Do you know why the 10 great sorcerers never attacked you before you grew up? With our power, isn't it easy to destroy a top genius of the astral soul's land? However, it's your father who owes us this favor. It doesn't matter if you don't want to admit it. It has nothing to do with you. Anyway, you've grown up to the point where you can kill Wu Yan without complaint. The Flood Witch's voice was very bland. Now, you're the king of the right. You've been famous for thousands of years, and your cultivation has reached the same level as mine. Every time Dan Kong fights with you, he's unhappy. Do you know why? With Dan Kong's great Tao of space, killing you back then was just a matter of moving his finger. But he didn't do that. He let you grow up, but now you beat Dan Kong every time you see him. A depressed voice beside the Flood Witch said, "Boss, let's get down to business. Why are you talking about this nonsense?" The Flood Witch turned on the speaker. Obviously, the great sorcerer Dan Kong next to her was embarrassed. Great sorcerer Dan Kong was really annoyed at this moment. Boss's words didn't sound wrong at first. She was telling you Dong Tian how much this bastard owed them. He owed them a lot of favors and karma. In short, he owed them a lot. But why do these words sound so wrong to me? What does she mean by, beat Dan Kong every time I see him? What nonsense is this? I often beat him, okay? Why does it sound like I'm being trampled on one-sidedly? Great sorcerer Dan Kong felt that his dignity had been damaged by 1,000,000 tons, and it was a critical hit. The Flood Witch held the phone in her hand and turned on the speaker. Her face was cold, but her heart was full of joy. You bastards, which day did you not make me feel uncomfortable? Every day you mention the matter of my adopted son to disgust me. I'll remind you today. Don't think that you don't have a dark history. On this side, Yu Dong Tian said, I know what you said. Not only did my father never forget this favor, but I also remember it. Yu Dong Tian was bewildered. Didn't everyone know about these shady dealings and never announce it to the public? Why did she say it out loud today? It made me embarrassed. Then I met the great sorcerer Dan Kong. Cough. It was time to fight or fight. Talking and fighting were two different things. The Flood Witch continued in a cold but fierce voice like gold and iron. Besides, the one surnamed Swa is not a good son. He came with your shameless father. Not many years after he owed him a favor, he turned his back on him and won Lai Hua's wife. Beside him, Lai Hua's voice was so depressed that he vomited blood. Can you not mention this? Can you not mention this? The Flood Witch's voice remained unchanged, and Bing Ming. You. There was a pleading voice on the other side, Boss, let's talk about business. Let's talk about business, okay? Yu Dong Tian suddenly realized that the Flood Witch was using him as a prop to teach the other great sorcerers a lesson by digging up their dark history. Damn it. I'm the heavenly king of the right road. How dare you use me as a prop? A thought flashed through his mind, and he said casually, now that you mention Uncle Zwa, I remember something. When I called Uncle Zwa a few days ago, Uncle Zwa actually said that he knew you were back. He wanted me to see you and say hello. Zwa Zhanglu had indeed said these words. Pht. 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 There was a series of strange sounds coming from the other side of the phone. Yu Dong Tian couldn't help but feel confused. He took the phone away and thought about it. What was this sound? Could it be that someone spat it out? Was it necessary? Was it necessary? Was this group of people so easily amused? As the messenger, he didn't even get the point of laughter. The Flood Witch on the other side of the phone took a deep breath, as if she was suppressing the anger in her heart. She said lightly, 1 month later, the relic must be opened. All 3 parties must be present. Do you have any objections? Yu Dongtian thought for a while and said, "The relic belongs to all humans. I don't have any objections. But one thing is for sure. 1 month later, it won't work. The time is too short." The Flood Witch didn't say anything. Of course, he knew that 1 month was not enough. He just wanted to change the topic as soon as possible. In the beginning, the opening of the ancient relic on the Umno Alliance's side was also jointly developed by the 3 continents. It took 3 months from the discovery to the gathering of the masters from the 3 continents. Then, they discussed the distribution of the loot and opened the relic. Yu Dongtian sighed in his heart. The relic could only be like this. Once the relic was discovered, it must belong to all humans. It must be opened by the joint efforts of the 3 continents. No one could take it for themselves. No one dared to take it for themselves. The key to this was not for fairness, but for safety. An ancient relic that could be left until now was definitely left behind by an extraordinary master. It could be a powerful master or a powerful force. Who knew what was inside? Take the relic in front of them as an example. If it was left behind by a powerful master of the Wu people, the people from the Astral Souls continent or the Tao League would all die if they went in. And what they obtained after spending a lot of manpower and resources might not be valuable. At least, it would be difficult to directly turn it into usable resources. Furthermore, this relic might not necessarily be left behind by the seniors of the Wu people's Tao League. It could also be left behind by the masters of the Monster Clan, the Demon Clan, or other races. If one party went in alone, the casualties would be a mess. It was almost foreseeable that they would be at a disadvantage. But if the 3 parties worked together to develop the relic, they would have the convenience of sharing the risk. The thing that you are restrained by may be what we need, and it can be easily solved. Of course, the basis of cooperation was that the 3 parties were of one mind and worked together to discuss the distribution of the loot in advance. Only then could they talk about cooperative development. And after the development, they would divide the loot equally according to the agreement. It would be a matter of credibility. The sudden appearance of the relic was a huge unexpected variable. In all fairness, at least for Yu Dongtian, he was still willing to develop this relic alone. He really wanted to take it for himself. But now, it seemed that it was impossible. Today is still the 3rd watch. This plot is very big. Cough, I will think about it tonight. Chapter 6:11. Yu Dongtian was well aware of this. Although there was a high chance that this ruin was left behind by an almighty from another race, there was a 70% chance that it was not a ruin left behind by a human powerhouse. Unimaginable sacrifices would be required to develop it alone. However, if one party enjoyed it alone, the benefits would still be extremely considerable. As long as the ruin was divided into different levels of danger, people would be sent to try it out, and batches of human lives would be used to gain experience. Eventually, one party would be able to fully develop it and monopolize it. Although the ruin was extremely risky, it was still a piece of cake for the top forces of a continent. Therefore, Yu Dongtian had this idea from the start. However, it was obviously impossible now. The leader of the Tao League, Daoist Thunder, and the Umno Alliances the Flood Witch had personally called. There was no other choice. The 3 parties had to work together to open the ruin. However, there were considerable benefits in this way. First, the number of casualties in the Astral Souls continent would plummet due to the opening of the ruin. One must know that the more people who entered the ruin, the more casualties there would be. Therefore, the higher the level of the experts who died, the more it proved that the ruin was valuable. If only a few people entered, it would only prove that the ruin was worthless. This was the common understanding of everyone. As for the alliance of the 3 parties, No matter what, the consumption of manpower and material resources would be shared equally by the three parties. One more person died on my side than yours. Therefore, the resources obtained in the end should be compensated accordingly. It was not that everyone would go in together, and whoever survived in the end would get to keep it. That was impossible. This was something that had been agreed upon by the Wizard Alliance and the Tao Alliance when they explored a few relics. Since this matter had been settled, the Great Flood Witch did not hesitate and ordered, "Since that's the case, you will set up a Tianqing group later and pull in those who can still move to discuss what to do. The order must be fair and open. If anyone dares to move before the discussion, don't blame me for being merciless." Yu Dongtian said, "Of course." Before he could finish, the Flood Witch interrupted, "I'm talking about those who can contribute now. As for those who can only move their mouths, there's no need to call them over." The Flood Witch's voice hadn't faded away when the sound of coughing came from beside her. Everyone knew who was the one who couldn't move but could only talk, and they also knew why the Flood Witch said that. However, everyone also knew and understood that it would be best if that person did not come. It would be best if that person did not come. It would be even better if he didn't even know. Now, everyone had the strength to kill the two of them with a slap. It was basically effortless, but no one dared to do so. If you killed him like this, it would be equivalent to the intervention of force. Since it was an irresistible force, the result would only be that it had done him a great favor and completed the mortal dust transformation ahead of time. Well, the mortal dust incarnation was just that awesome. Once a certain couple ended their transformation into the mortal dust, the couple would team up to take revenge on the person who killed him. It was called revenge. A life and death feud. When that time came, there would really be no place to reason. Because the most likely place to go was the underworld. With that person's nature, if he was given such a good excuse, it was estimated that tens of thousands of miles away would be light punishment. But when he came, you didn't dare to kill him, but he dared to provoke you. Moreover, he provoked you with his mouth and white teeth. He could follow you every day, and every word he said would make you so angry that your lungs would swell and your liver would explode. The so-called sharp tongue was not enough to describe him at all, but you didn't dare to make a move. Think about it, if he pointed at your nose and scolded your mother and your ancestors in front of the whole world, would you make a move? It was wrong to make a move, and that would free him. But if you didn't make a move, you would be scolded at will. How shameless would that be? It would be so hard on you. If you endured it, the whole world would say that you were a coward, and this story of a coward would be popular and echoed by everyone. The name of a coward would definitely not be taken off for the rest of your life. If you couldn't bear it, you could kill him with a slap. Even if you couldn't kill him, you could just touch him a little. When his transformation into the mortal dust ended, he would have an excuse to take revenge, and call it washing away the shame of that day. Wouldn't the result be the same? It would even be worse than the previous situation. With that couple's means, there was no doubt that it would come true. Therefore, although the person now had no ability and didn't have any strength, he was really the #1 troublemaker in the world, not afraid of heaven, not afraid of earth, not afraid of death. In the face of such an opponent, would you be afraid? Yes, such a person, even his companions had to be afraid of, frightened to death. Yu Dongtian's mouth twitched and said, "Okay. I wanted to discuss with Uncle Sua to let him play. Now it seems. Cough cough. Forget it." On the other side, the Flood Witch warned, the 3 relics belonging to the Umno Alliance were jointly developed by all 3 parties, without exception. Don't play petty tricks. Yu Dongtian said angrily, "Who's playing petty tricks?" "Boss Hong, I respect you as a senior, but you can't slander others." The Flood Witch sneered, "What, do you want to make this matter clear? That minister of yours, what did he do when our Umno alliance went to the relics last time? Did he cheat others lightly? Did he not take advantage of others? The heavenly king of the right was speechless. After a long time, he finally said with a red face, "The matter of the elders. It's all in the past, and you still remember it. Where is your magnanimity?" The flood witch spat, and her anger surged like a mountain. They were really made from the same mold. First they denied it, and when they couldn't deny it, they simply said, "It's all in the past," and pushed it away. Now they're saying that we're not magnanimous. You Dong Tian, you're not the other son of that Swa guy, are you? Their personalities are too similar. He said angrily, "That time, after exploring the relics of the Umno Alliance, your minister of the left scraped down the entire ground of the relics by 30 meters. How dare you do it? You said that your people had no way of making a living, and your fields were barren, so you used the soil to benefit the common people. You lied to us and said that it was useless, and you only improved the soil. In the end, you used tens of billions of tons of soil to cultivate elixirs, and took advantage of us greatly. How can we not be frightened by such a precedent? This time, I'll make it clear in advance. Everything in the relics, regardless of whether it's flowers or trees, must be divided equally, even the soil inside. This is the bottom line. You Dong Tian, pft. So ruthless. Even the soil is divided equally. At least, you don't know how many divine weapons and valuable ancient objects we found from the mud. The swimming dragon sword I'm using now was found by Uncle Zwa in the soil, but how can I tell you this? If you want to divide the soil, fine. As the landlords, we must be responsible for the basic cleanup work. Of course, we can divide the soil equally. But regarding the process of screening what's hidden in the soil, we don't have to inform you in advance, and we have to check it carefully. The Tao League always wants to take advantage of us, but they've only opened one joint relic, and the rest have been monopolized by them. The Flood Witch was obviously very dissatisfied with this, and said, "This time, the Tao League took a small share from the mainland." Yu Dong Tian said, "I'm just a junior, so I don't have the final say." The Flood Witch was very stubborn and said, "I'll do it, let's see who dares to disagree." Yes, it's a deal, I'll rely on the Flood Witch's divine power. The heavenly king of the right felt that something was wrong. The Flood Witch's words, "I'll do it, let's see who dares to disagree," was a bit wrong. "Boss Hong, you're coming." Yu Dong Tian blurted out. "Why? I can't go." The Flood Witch said coldly. "I haven't moved around for a long time." Yu Dong Tian was a bit dazed. The Flood Witch was coming, who could resist her? "Don't say those words, what you need to do now is to clear the area. If there are any additional accidental injuries, it's all because you didn't prepare well as the landlords, and it has nothing to do with anyone." Yes, that's for sure." At this point, the Flood Witch was about to hang up, and there was nothing else to say. Yu Dong Tian hurriedly stopped her. "You can't hang up, I still have something to talk to you about." "Boss Hong, now that we're done talking about business, there are still a few small things that I need your help with." Yu Dongtian's attitude was very humble. The Flood Witch obviously didn't expect that her mortal enemy, the heavenly king of the right of astral souls, would ask her for help. She was immediately interested. "What help?" "Cough, it's like this. I recently received a mission, and I need some local specialties from the Umno Alliance's mainland." Yu Dong Tian coughed a few times. "I hope Boss Flood can help me." The Flood Witch didn't care at all. "With your strength, coming to the Umno Alliance's mainland to get some local specialties is like going home. Do you still need my help?" No. Yu Dong Tian smiled bitterly. "If Boss Flood doesn't say anything, I won't dare to do anything." "Say it." The flood witch was very magnanimous. Cough cough. Then I'll say it. Say it. I'll really say it. If you don't say it, then hang up. What are you wasting time for? The flood witch was impatient. Isn't it just some local specialties? I'll send someone to send it to you later. Thank you, Boss Hong. Yu Dong Tian was overjoyed. Actually, it's not much. I only need 1 kilogram of water fire bamboo shoots, 6 space lotuses, 8 ice soul lotus roots, 10 fire sea abalones, 3 kilograms of hurricane crabs. Yu Dong Tian was a little embarrassed. Thank you, Boss Hong. Boss Hong is very generous. On the other side, the breathing of several people suddenly became heavy. Blazing Fire Icy Netherworld Dan Kong and the others looked at the flood witch expressionlessly. They almost gave her a thumbs up. Yu Dong Tian was right. You're really generous. You actually agreed directly just now. Listen to what the other side said. Is that even human language? If you want to do something, then do it. We don't have it anyway. The flood witch's face was also pulled flat. I'll send someone to send it to you later. She had just said this sentence. Her words were still ringing in her ears. But. Who would have thought that the local specialties this bastard wanted were these? These were the local specialties you were talking about. You might as well dig up my ancestral grave. Chapter 6:12. The flood witch's rugged face flushed red and then white. It wasn't embarrassment, but anger. Yu Dong Tian really dared to dig a hole for me. You actually dared to dig a hole for me. I'm afraid you don't know how to spell the word death, right? If I take out these things and these quantities, the others will definitely fight me to the death. Why don't the two families stop fighting and have an internal conflict and kill each other? Hee hee. Boss Hong, really, I really need it urgently. Otherwise, I wouldn't have forced you. Yu Dongtian's voice was full of sincerity. And pleading. I really need it urgently. I'm not lying to you. I'm really doomed if I can't get these. On the other side of the phone, the flood witch panted twice and suddenly said, What? Speak louder. Yu Dong Tian. The flood witch, what's the matter? Ah. Yu Dong Tian hurriedly said, What I want is. The flood witch, hello. There's no sound. It's disconnected. The signal is really bad. Fuck. Beep. The phone was hung up. Yu Dong Tian looked at the phone in his hand and was dumbfounded. Fuck you, the world's #1 expert with thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually came up with this idea. It was simply that Yu Dong Tian immediately called back. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Fuck. The heavenly king of the right's phone flew to the wall and broke into pieces. He jumped and cursed, Flood. Shameless person. To think that you call yourself the world's #1 expert. How can you go back on your words like this? I fucking look down on you. I look down on you. Bastard. No matter how much Yu Dong Tian scolded, the flood witch couldn't hear it because her phone was crushed. Shameless person. How dare you trick me like this? To think that you're the heavenly king of the right. Have some shame. How can you even say such an exorbitant price? The flood witch glared at Lai Hua and the others who were snickering at the side and shouted angrily, Hurry up and prepare. Do you want me to personally make the arrangements? Swoosh. The group of senior magi scattered like birds, over there. The heavenly king of the right cursed and finally calmed down a little. Immediately, he got busy and grabbed the phone to make a call. Dad. The flood which called just now. It's like this. Nanjing Qian. Let me tell you, this is serious. Traces of ruins have been discovered in the Starlight Mountains. Let me tell you, if you don't do it well this time, I will be your scapegoat for nothing. Dongfang. Prepare your men. Don't have to be too many. This time, let's see if we can take advantage of them. Shimin. Beigong. Old Ling, this time. Lu Clan. Yu Dong Tian. This time, they were going to send the best craftsmen. This time, if we lose face. I'm Yu Dong Tian. Get His Majesty on the phone, something's up, ... Just like that, he made over 100 calls in one go. After a long while, Yu Dong Tian finally stopped talking. But after thinking for a while, he still made another call. Tai Jiang, you still have to come back. The ruins have opened. There might be some special forging materials inside, or something we don't know how to forge. You're the expert here. After the call, he sat in a chair, crossed his long legs, and sighed. As the heavenly king of the right. I'm really like an old mother. I'm tired. Suddenly remembering that there was someone he hadn't contacted, he immediately called. I say, you have to show up this time. Remember to bring your wife. The ruins. You're not going. Why? Too lazy to move. Damn it. Let me tell you clearly. Your junior brother is over there now. If you don't go, I've already told Uncle Zhua that your junior brother will be under the protection of the two of you. If anything happens to him, it's none of my business. In any case, the people from the Omno Alliance and the Dao League this time are all awesome people. I don't think I have the ability to protect him. If he dies or is crippled, it's up to you. What? You're going. You're going just because you want to. You're going just because you want to. I won't allow it. Beg me. Fuck, I knew you were going to be a coward, you coward. A female voice answered the phone, and Yu Dong Tian immediately hung up without another word. The other party called again, and he hung up again. Call again, and he hung up again. The world finally quieted down. He muttered angrily, if you have the ability, come and fight me yourself. What kind of ability is it to ask your wife to answer the phone? I'm all alone, a single dog has no status. Do I really have to find a partner? Yu Dong Tian felt even more lonely now. It was really uncomfortable to have no one to rely on. When he was scolding others, their wives would always come out and scold him back. He was neither deep nor shallow, and could only passively be lectured, so he could only hang up and not answer the phone. There was really no one around to help him. Sigh. Yu Dong Tian sighed sadly, and his gaze became deep. For a long time. In the void, there seemed to be a woman quietly looking at him. Don't worry, I won't look for her. Ri, Yu, and Xing received a call. This time, the purpose of the call was simple and straightforward, which was to end the farce at the Starlight Mountain Range as soon as possible. However, this situation was still going on, they just needed to chase the kid out to attract attention. As the saying goes, pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. This kid was precisely that one hair that was enough to attract everyone's attention and take everyone away. However, just as the five of them were about to discuss, they realized that kid had disappeared again. Disappeared again. The five of them almost broke down. Fuck, what the hell was going on? Even though everyone knew that he was still in this area, how could he not be seen? What could they do? Wait, when he appears again, we'll chase him out and throw him out. I'm so angry. Ri, Yu, and Xing had to wait for a long time, because Xiao Duo had started the third compression of the vital core. With the Snake King and the Centipede King's corpses as support, the dragon blood-flying dagger could be used to its maximum potential. As the saying goes, a centipede dies but never falls down. Although the two star beasts were already dead, the essence of their bodies was still there. With the dragon blood-flying dagger as the medium, they continuously converted abundant vital core for Zhuo to absorb and digest. This was enough to last for a long time. After 8 hours, Zhuo completed the third compression. Zhuo, whose strength had improved again, looked around to check his gains so far and the changes inside the Tower of Annihilation. The first thing that caught Zhuo's attention was the 2 spots of yellow light that had been quiet all this time, which were the 2 saber-winged tigers. At this moment, the yellow light changed again. In the blurry light, the shadow of a tiger could be vaguely seen. It was just that its size was very small. The 2 balls of yellow light that wrapped around the 2 saber-winged tigers were only about the size of a 20-kilogram watermelon. Zhuo was worried about this. Would the 2 saber-winged tigers be crushed inside? He did not know when they would come out. After 8 hours of cultivation, the heart of the sun had absorbed all the vital core that had accumulated and dissipated during this period of time. The temperature inside was just right, warm and comforting. In the earth vein that Xiaolong had built, there were many spiritual herbs buried one after another. Probably because the earth vein was relatively limited, it could only maintain the status quo and not wither. As for the growth, forget about it. In this regard, Zhuo did not have any good ideas. There was no place to collect the jade powder of astral souls here. The corpses of the Centipede King and the Serpent King lay a little further away, without any signs of life. It had to be said that the quality of the 2 king-level astral beasts was really good. Zhuo had been absorbing the dragon blood-flying dagger crazily for 8 hours, but the dragon blood-flying dagger was still full and glowing red. On the other hand, the astral beasts' corpses, whose blood essence was being sucked out, did not lose any color. Zhuo no longer extracted the dragon blood-flying dagger's energy. After all, he had just finished suppressing it. Although he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, his whole body still felt uncomfortable, as if it had been cut off and reconnected. This was the delicate moment when the extreme discomfort was just about to turn into relief. How could he not relax? Just as Zhuo was about to relax, he saw the 433 space rings that had been lined up beside the heart of the sun. At the same time, he saw the centipede leg that had been roasting for a long time. The moment he looked at it, he immediately felt his stomach, which had not eaten for a long time, acting up and making a rumbling sound. No wonder I kept feeling that something was missing. It's because I'm hungry. Since he wanted to cook, Zhuo shook his hand and took out the cat's spirit sword. Today, I'll make a king-level barbecue. Let's have a taste. Zhuo took a step forward. First, he used his energy to protect his hand. Then, he pressed down on the centipede's leg. He still felt that the black hair on the centipede was extremely prickly, but the poisonous blood inside had already flowed out. There was more space for him to cook. With a slash of his sword, the hard outer skin of the centipede's leg was split open by the sword, revealing the white and tender flesh inside. Just one look was enough to make him hungry, especially when he was hungry. Long, come over and see if this meat is poisonous. No, it's not poisonous. It's edible. Once he heard that it was not poisonous, Zhuo felt even more relieved. He carefully picked out pieces of tender flesh, only to find that the inside of the centipede's leg was actually like that of a human's. There were even bones inside. It's different after becoming a spirit. Even a damn centipede has bones. Zhuo clicked his tongue in wonder as he asked Xiaolong, "Is the centipede queen's bone marrow poisonous?" "No, it's not poisonous." Except for the poison glands, the rest of the centipede queen's body is basically non-poisonous. The poison is basically concentrated in the epidermis, venomous fangs, and venomous sacs. If that's the case, then it's even better. Zhou Xiaoduo carefully processed the centipede's leg meat. Although there was only one centipede's leg, he still carefully cut out more than 130 pounds of meat essence. The skin was peeled off and thrown to the side. All that was left was a pile of meat and a bone that had been picked clean. He made a big vat of the spiritual water that Yi Chongqing gave him and soaked the meat essence in it. Then, he began to process the centipede's bone. Slash by slash, he completely cut the bone and took out the bone marrow. The whole thigh was filled with 2 to 3 pounds of soft bone marrow. Zhou Xiaoduo worked happily. Waha, the cute and obedient Xiaoduo barbecued meat. You deserve it. Chapter 6:13. Bone marrow. This was the essence of the centipede's body. Naturally, it had to be soaked in a small basin alone. Next, he worked on the joints and the calf. And there was a surprise in the joints. The moment he opened the joints, there was a sparkling light. He couldn't wait to open it. Wow! It was a round bead the size of an egg. It emitted a hazy glow and was very beautiful. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. What is this? Zhou Xiaoduo had this advantage, he could ask anything he didn't understand. Xiaolong was really an expert in appraising items, he knew everything. Centipede pearl. Is it useful? I only knew about snake pearls before, but I didn't expect centipedes to be able to produce centipede pearls. It's an eye-opener. This thing is very useful. Xiaolong said, based on this centipede queen's cultivation, this centipede pearl is a first-class good. When ordinary martial artists wear it on their body, aside from a few more special mixed poisons, they can basically be considered immune to all poisons. If an ordinary person is bitten by poisonous creatures or insects, rolling this centipede pearl on the wound will remove the poison. It's a miracle. That's really a good thing. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. The so-called very useful is for ordinary people and even ordinary martial artists. Xiaolong's eyes were full of disdain. For high-level martial artists, this thing is almost useless. Oh. The quality of the centipede pearl is also divided into different grades. The pearl inside the centipede spine is the best. There are such pearls in the neck, the head, and the spine. Generally, there are such pearls in every joint. The pearls I mentioned just now are all much better than the one on the leg. That is a real treasure. It's enough to be immune to all poisons below king level, including king level. Especially the one in the head, it's even more precious. Xiaolong said, it's the same for the Snake King. There are similar snake pearls in its head. There are also big pearls in every joint in its body. Looking at the size of the Snake King, the snake pearls in its head are at least the size of a bowl. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly turned his head and looked at the Snake King and Centipede Queen in his space. His eyes lit up as if he was looking at two gold mountains. No, compared to the corpses of these two demon kings, what was a mere 2 mountains of gold? Probably because he moved too quickly, he almost twisted his neck. Good thing. It was a real good thing. Not to mention the ones in his head or neck, just the one on his thigh would be priceless if he were to sell it. It would be hard to get even with 10,000 gold. Putting aside the snake pearl on the Snake King, just the centipede alone was enough. This centipede had a total of 9 heads. Wouldn't that mean that it would have 9 large pearls? 9 necks, 9 upper bodies, more than 3,000 legs. I'm going to die of excitement that once they were all used, he would definitely become the richest man in the world in the eyes of ordinary people. Without any doubt, the richest man in the world with cash flow. His cash flow alone was enough to crush all the tycoons in the world. For a moment, Sui Xiao Duo was overwhelmed with emotions. If this was a peaceful world. Just by finishing this job, his life's dream would be realized. Well, if he gave this wealth to Feng Ling, would he still write books? Damn! He would have found 364 concubines to have fun. Sui Xiao Duo thought about it and decided not to give it to him. If I gave it to him, he would really castrate me. Then, he would go and have fun by himself that I'm still a virgin. No, definitely not. I have to stop, that he turned back with drool dripping down. It was time to start the barbecue. He brushed all kinds of ingredients over and over again until they were fragrant. He grabbed some wood and rubbed it into charcoal. He set up an open flame and let the charcoal burn. Then, he removed the flame and made a rack to start the barbecue. The only flaw is that Sui Xiao Duo rummaged in his spatial ring. Why didn't Principal Yi prepare a few cartons of beer for me? Forget it, I'll drink this. He took out a bottle of 100-year plum blossom liquor. Xiao Long was drooling at the side. It was a pity that it was just a shadow. Even though there was delicious food in front of it, it could not enjoy it. It could only wait. Sui Xiao Duo was rarely generous. He casually flicked a drop of luck points. Xiao Long caught it with a somersault. Instantly, it lay down on the side and moaned. Xiao Long had put in a lot of effort along the way. If not for Xiao Long's efforts, he would not have been able to reap such rewards. Since it was a meritorious servant, how could he treat it badly? The aroma filled the air and refreshed the mind. Sui Xiao Duo ate heartily with a mouthful of barbecued meat and a sip of wine. This is the life of an immortal. Sui Xiao Duo thought in satisfaction. Sigh, I'm still in the state of being hunted. There are so many killers waiting to kill me outside. I'm scared to death. Drink a glass of wine and eat a skewer of meat to calm down. Sui Xiao Duo picked up the bone marrow and ate it in 2 bites. He smacked his lips and felt a different kind of fragrance. Good stuff. He took a bite of the meat. The centipede meat was unexpectedly tender. When Sui Xiao Duo took the first bite, he almost swallowed his tongue. It's so fragrant, so delicious. Sui Xiao Duo thought that it would be a waste if he was the only one who could enjoy such a good thing. He had to think of a way to leave some for Nian Nian, his parents, teacher Qin Fangyang, teacher Hu Ruoyun. And so on. There was also Long Yuxing and the others. Good stuff must be shared with everyone. Only then will it be satisfying. Sui Xiao Duo thought generously, such a good thing, I can't forget to ask them to sign an IOU. Except for Nian Nian's parents, teacher Qin and teacher Hu, I don't need to sign an IOU. As for the others, I have to fight them. Such a good delicacy, I can eat it just by signing an IOU. It's so worth it. Teacher Wen. Teacher Wen. It doesn't matter if you sign an IOU. Sui Xiao Duo tilted his head and thought for a long time. Finally, he decided that it was better for teacher Wen to sign an IOU. After all, he was not as good as teacher Qin. There was also the old principal's friendship here. He was slightly inferior that he ate as he thought. He thought about how to get people to sign an IOU and how to collect debts in the future. Sui Xiao Duo was immersed in it for a long time and couldn't extricate himself. I don't need any process to collect debts from Long Yuxing and the other brats. I just need to hold them down, like holding a grasshopper, and force them to pay up. Even if Wan Lixiu can't do that, she can also threaten them through Long Yuxing and take advantage of the situation. But people like Principal Yi and Teacher Wen have to pay attention to strategy and tactics when collecting debts. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I'll be beaten up instead. If I can't collect debts, I'll be beaten up. That would be too embarrassing. But I can turn around and collect debts after my cultivation exceeds theirs. Every dog has its day. There will be a day. But what should I do with Li Chenglong? It's too hard to collect his debt. He already owes me a lot of money. If we calculate according to the ratio of 90% to 13%, the interest will compound. This guy already owes me the entire Wizard Alliance. He roasted, ate, thought, and drank. Unknowingly. He reached out again. Gone. Sua Xiao Duo was dumbfounded. That's not right. That's more than 100 pounds of meat. Can I eat that much? I haven't been a rice bucket for a long time. He lowered his head and looked in disbelief. Fuck, this ball is my stomach. My slender physique. My looks, my demeanor. Sua Xiao Duo didn't dare to be negligent. He stood up and practiced a round of hammering. It was fine if he didn't practice hammering. Once he did, the spiritual energy in his body flowed. Suddenly. Bang. It was as if a bomb had suddenly exploded in his dantian. All the spiritual energy exploded in an instant. In his stomach, along with the continuous digestion, waves of spiritual energy rushed out crazily and flowed through his meridians at high speed. If his dantian was originally a large lake with a very low topography, then, right now, it was like a torrential rain falling from the sky. Above the hundreds of mountains in the surroundings, countless raging rivers were flowing down. The crazy confluence of spiritual energy poured into this large lake. Sua Xiao Duo had just suppressed the spiritual energy to about 1/10 of the height. In just an instant, almost 1/3 of the height had been filled up. And the spiritual energy in his stomach was still being digested. It entered his meridians and flowed into his dantian. In his dantian, the vortex spun crazily. After 9 consecutive revolutions, all the spiritual energy that flowed into his dantian quickly turned into thin clouds. Then, it entered his meridians and circulated continuously. In this cycle, a large amount of spiritual energy was produced in his body in a turbulent manner. It flowed rapidly and endlessly, carrying on the past and expanding into the future. The clouds in his dantian were already half full. 2/3. 3/4. 4/5. Sua Xiao Duo was dumbfounded by this shocking change. It can't be. He had just finished suppressing his spiritual energy, and now he was about to break through again. I don't know why this is happening. Why is this happening? But no matter how puzzled he was, or how much he didn't dare to believe it, the huge change was right in front of him, right now. If he didn't take any action now, his meridians would be filled to the brim. Looking at the copious amount of spiritual energy that was still continuously surging and increasing, if he didn't react in time, his body might explode and he would die. No, it wasn't just might, but he would definitely explode and die. Facing death, Sua Xiao Duo sat down helplessly. First, he used the icy heart technique, then the flaming sun sutra. He used all his strength and circulated his spiritual energy at high speed. Oh my God! Sua Xiao Duo was extremely sad about his current situation. Long. Why didn't you tell me that I can't eat too much of this centipede meat? Sua Xiao Duo shouted angrily. Obviously, he wanted to push the blame of this gluttony to Xiaolong. At the side, Xiaolong's eyes were blurry. It was obvious that it was still immersed in the extreme comfort brought by the luck points and could not extricate itself. When it heard this, it only weakly cried out. Whoa. Fuck. Sua Xiao Duo really wanted to punch this crying monster to death. Chapter 6:14. But now, there was no time, no effort, and no time to care. The spiritual energy was like a tide, surging madly without end. In the distance, it was already connected to the heavens. "I'll bet." "Ao," Xiaoduo screamed. He was sweating profusely due to the pain. However, he did not dare to be careless. If the barrier of the inner core stage was broken, his cultivation journey would be ruined. At the very least, he would not have the chance to surpass Nian Mao. Xiaoduo couldn't accept this result at all. It was simply worse than being done for. How many times has it been? Ignoring the pain, he directly condensed his true qi and formed a huge hammer in his dantian. Starting from the top, he smashed down fiercely. Smash it once. Oh. Smash again. Ah. I'll smash it. I'll smash it. Her voice was long and mellow. Moreover, it was continuous, and endless. Xiaoduo was still able to think despite being in an extremely difficult situation. For a moment, he even felt a little poetic. So proud. Who are the heroes of the world? Wielding a sledgehammer in his dantian. Only Masters Wuxuang, who hammered again and again. Good poem. Ow ow ow. However, before he could even catch his breath, the space above was already filled up once more. Thus, he had no choice but to smash it down once more, again and again. In the end, Xiaoduo was only left with the thought of continuously smashing down. Right now, he really couldn't care less about the time limit of his cultivation. The violent energy gushing out of his body didn't have to be absorbed from the world through his meridians. Even so, Xiaoduo's movements were still extremely laborious. If he were to open his mouth now and directly expel the spiritual qi from his body through his true essence, he would be able to alleviate some of the pain. But how could Xiaoduo be so stingy? It wasn't easy for the true yuan and spiritual qi to enter my stomach, and you want to go out? What a joke. Xiaoduo kept his mouth shut and held his breath, refusing to let out a single breath. Don't talk about breathing. I won't even fart. His entire face was red from holding it in. Only when he couldn't hold it in any longer would he take a few breaths. However, with each breath, a beam of condensed light green spiritual energy would shoot out of his nostrils and out of his mouth. TSK TSK TSK. Xiaoduo smacked his lips in heartache. However, every time he smacked his lips, a ball of spiritual energy would rush out. A certain someone's heart ached even more, and he would never smack his lips again. The only thing left in his mind was to crazily compress, crazily swing the hammer, crazily smash. This time. Twice. 3 times. For times that it wasn't until the 5th time that Xiaoduo felt all the pain in his body go numb. Only then did the surging true qi slowly stop. At this moment, his dantian was still filled to the brim with spiritual qi. Xiaoduo was completely helpless in this situation. But he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Oh my god. Xiaoduo was lying on his back in the Tower of Annihilation. His entire body had turned into mud and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, his exposed skin was covered with blood vessels and meridians that looked like earthworms. They were so red that they were almost transparent. One could almost see the blood flowing in the blood vessels. Yes, more of the spiritual energy was flowing in the meridians. Xiaoduo's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Just a little bit more. Just a boom. Is this the most direct manifestation of the strength of a beast king's flesh? When I was cultivating, I had the dragon blood flying dagger as a buffer, so I didn't touch it directly. That's why I didn't exceed my limit. Based on today's efficiency, Xiaoduo set a rule for himself. Next time, I can only eat 2.5 kilograms at most. I can't eat more than that. The more Xiaoduo thought about it, the more scared he became. What he didn't know was that this Beast King's meat was only effective the first time he ate it. When he ate it the second time, the effect would be greatly reduced. When he ate it the third time, the effect would be even weaker. By the time he ate it 5 or 6 times, the same Beast King's meat would basically have no effect. If eating the Beast King's meat could increase his foundation of true core by so much, given the ability of Elder Nan and the others to hunt, wouldn't it be unimaginable for them? It was like cold medicine. If you took it when you caught a cold, you would recover in 3 or 4 days at most. If you took it again, not only would it have no effect, it would even cause poisoning. It was the same principle. Now, I've suppressed it 8 times so quickly. Xiaoduo was actually very unhappy about this result and the current situation. Just now, he had only been suppressing it like crazy. He hammered again and again to fight for space. He didn't know how much he had suppressed it. When he felt that he couldn't hit it anymore, he quickly went back and hammered it again. Now, he had unknowingly hammered it 5 times. Including the third time he had just finished, he had already done it 8 times. If his dantian was almost full now, it would probably take less than 2 hours for him to start compressing the true core in his dantian for the 9th time. Xiaoduo only felt that this situation was really fucked up. He actually had to suppress it 7 times a day. What kind of godly person could do such a thing? Then, it was necessary for him to vent his anger. He took out his sledgehammer, and in the space, he aroused his whole body's cultivation, and continuously used the sledgehammer to practice the moves. In one breath, he practiced 70 or 80 times, until he was completely exhausted and had no strength left to continue. Finally, he and the sledgehammer fell to the ground. Practicing martial arts is really not a job for humans. Xiaoduo muttered to himself. Even though he was complaining, he could clearly feel his own improvement. Before this, when he had compressed it for the second time, he had used all his strength and used the most powerful 1,000 souls hammer. After 7 or 8 times, he would not have much strength left. But this time, he had to do it 70 or 80 times before he was exhausted. This kind of improvement was almost 10 times faster, or even more. In just a few days, my strength has increased by 10 times. Xiaoduo was at a loss. He couldn't believe it. Is it really so fast? If I go back to school and say this, won't I be admired by everyone? Admired by everyone. Xiaoduo imagined himself standing on the stage with a face full of pride. He would say in a reserved and enthusiastic tone, "Actually, you can't improve by practicing martial arts. Everyone, you must work hard. For example, my strength has increased by 10 times in a day. So, everything depends on effort." How warm and loud the applause will be. Xiaoduo was intoxicated just by thinking about it. He stretched out his arm and looked at it. The bulging meridians and blood vessels gradually disappeared. I'll rest for a while and continue with the 9th round. This time's mission can come to an end. Xiaoduo was still worried that if he encountered an accident outside, he wouldn't be able to compress it in time. If he suddenly broke through, it would inevitably delay his cultivation plan. This guy didn't know that the 9 rounds of compression he had done now were comparable to the 50 or 60 rounds of compression of other people. A man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. He was too insatiable. In addition, if other cultivators of the same level ate more than 50 kilograms of king-level astral beast meat, they would probably explode on the spot and turn into fireworks. After 4 hours, Xiaoduo appeared in the forest outside, feeling refreshed. The moment he appeared, he screamed. "Ah!" He didn't know that Ri, Yu, and Xing, as well as the two newcomers, Tian D, were going crazy outside. Why did he disappear again? And this time, he disappeared for so long. From start to finish, it had already been more than 10 hours. Why didn't he come out? Where did he go? Was he really still nearby? The Heavenly King called to urge him. The first time, has it started? Chase that kid out and finish this round as soon as possible. There are more arrangements waiting for you. Then, the Heavenly King answered anxiously, that kid disappeared again. The Heavenly King was speechless on the spot. Because of the previous lesson, he didn't collapse on the spot. After an hour, the Heavenly King called again, have you found him? The answer, no. He disappeared mysteriously. Just like last time. Then, in the next 8 hours, the Heavenly King called 6 times in a row. The content was the same. Have you found him? Have you found him? Haven't found him. What's going on? The 3 of you. The 5 of you. Sigh. Haven't found him. What are you doing? He disappeared once. Why are you still here? Damn. What's wrong with you? You won't report if I don't call. Have you found him? Haven't found him. The Heavenly King's voice was a little weak. Have you not found him yet? The 5 of them were scared to the point of collapse. Who was this kid? Why was the Heavenly King so anxious? Why did it sound like his nest had been dug up? Little did they know that the Heavenly King was really on the verge of tears. Disappeared again. What kind of explanation was this? What the hell, was this a report? Or not? The biggest problem was, how did he disappear? How did he disappear? How did he suddenly disappear again? Didn't he use flying spirit to follow him? How could he disappear? What the hell was going on? How did Uncles Wa and Aunts Wa give birth to such a kid? He was simply a little troublemaker. Was he planning to play with him to death? Don't scare me. Come out. Yudongtian's eyes were lifeless. Then, he swore, I definitely won't use you as bait in the future. If there's a next time, I'll let Dongfang, Shimin, Beigong, and your senior do it personally. I'll hide far away. This is too fucking scary. There was no news for 10 whole hours. On the other side, Yudongtian was on the verge of death. He was sure that if he called to report that Xiao Duo had disappeared again, the person who answered the phone would definitely not be Uncles Wa, but Aunts Wa. Yudongtian was 100% sure about this. Then, he would be stewed into fish soup. He should wait. Wait a little longer. Yudongtian paced back and forth like a lion that had just been locked up in a cage, full of irritation. But there was nothing he could do. He could only go back and forth, letting his irritation escalate. Finally, the phone rang. That kid has been found. Yudongtian heaved a sigh of relief and shouted like a thunderbolt, you don't have to report this kind of thing in the future. Don't you know it can scare people to death? Then, he slammed the phone down. Was there an end to this? Chapter 6:15. The Heavenly King of the Right was furious. I'm so angry. One moment he was found, the next moment he disappeared, the next moment he was found again. Are you playing hide and seek with me? You really know how to play. The 5 of them looked at each other, speechless. Who reported it? Are you being unreasonable? You only found out when you called to ask. How did we report anything? However, who would dare to reason with the Heavenly King of the Right? That's impossible. The Heavenly King of the Right is still in a fit of anger. Beating you up would be the lightest punishment. Sending you to the Wizard Alliance as a spy. That would be the real joke. Zhuo Xiaoduo had just come out when he saw a pair of legs, a pair of long legs. It instinctively screamed in fear, and with a whoosh, it was about to jump back. However, this person grabbed his scalp and pulled him over. Don't go. The person who came was the moon of the sun, moon, and star. It was his turn to follow Zhuo Xiaoduo. He was also very curious about the sudden disappearance of this person. I followed him closely. How did he disappear? There's something strange about this kid. However, there were no abnormal movements nearby, so this kid must still be in this area. At most, it was only a dozen square meters. Even if he disappeared mysteriously, he still couldn't have gone far. The moon simply fell from the sky and squatted on a tree just like that. I have to figure it out no matter what. How did this kid disappear? Also, how did he suddenly appear again? It's really too strange. If I get scolded by the Heavenly King a few more times, I'll be so ashamed that I'll commit suicide. Zhuo Xiaoduo's scalp was grabbed by the person who came, and he was almost scared out of his wits. He said instinctively, "I'm not leaving." Her flustered heart calmed down slightly the moment she heard those words. Yes, he was on the same side. This guy was obviously the one who told him not to run around, and also the one who shaved his leg hair. He had a very unique hobby. Even though it was safe, Zhuo Xiaoduo still used the yang contraction divine art to shrink his thing back into his body when he thought of this guy's unique fetish. The moon grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo's scalp and pulled him out. He frowned and said angrily, "Tell me, how did you disappear?" Zhuo Xiaoduo, huh? What? The moon said irritably, "How did you disappear?" Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes turned and he said, "Senior. If I'm not wrong, you're here to protect me, right?" The moon said, "Yes." Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, "You see, how did I disappear? It's my biggest secret. If I tell you, hee hee. What should I say about my life insurance?" You took a deep breath and felt relieved. Interrogating this brat about how he disappeared was just an excuse. As long as he could confirm that this guy disappeared from time to time not because he was in danger, but because he was in control of himself, that was enough. Now that this guy admitted that his sudden disappearance was his own doing and not caused by external forces, the moon could rest assured. But then, he felt depressed again. You disappeared just like that, and we were all shocked. Even the Heavenly King of the Right was about to go crazy because of you. I was so nervous when I was scolded. I'm so fucking innocent. The moon was speechless. But he didn't know that the person who was the most speechless was not him, but the two people who were about to attend the banquet. Especially the Heavenly King of the Right. If he knew that he had sacrificed countless top-grade heavenly treasures and risked the unknown danger of eating the 1 meter higher sky because this guy had a life-saving method that could disappear at any time, he would be speechless. No matter how high his cultivation was or how calm his temperament was, the Heavenly King of the Right would probably vomit blood. Now, you have to go out. The moon frowned. Go out. Zhuo Xiaoduo put on a cute expression and said, "But, uncle, it's dangerous to go out." Moon almost spat out blood. They came here to hunt you down, so why are you hiding like this? Zhuo Xiaoduo argued, "What are you saying? They came to kill me, and they are so strong. Can't I just hide? Do I have to go out and let them kill me? Don't you have us to protect you? Those people outside are nothing to be afraid of. But what if something happens? What if?" The moon almost vomited blood. "We have 5 masters. We can even fight against a Grand Magus. We're all used to protect you. What if something happens?" Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at him suspiciously and muttered, "It's my life that's used as bait, not yours." Of course, you're not worried, but I'm worried. The moon was furious. How afraid of death are you? This time, as long as it's done well, there's a great chance that we can solve all the problems of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School in one go. The moon said in a deep voice, such a heaven-sent opportunity. All the enemies are gathered here, but because you keep hiding. Many of the target families haven't made a move yet. As long as their people don't make a move, they have room to maneuver. They can even say that they're here to protect you. If that's the case, the Hidden Dragon High Martial School can only continue to be aggrieved like before. Why have they been so aggrieved for so many years? They clearly have targets, but they don't make a move. It's because there's too much involved in this. Today, a few families have made a move. What's surprising is that even the people of the Umno Alliance have made a move. This is the biggest gain. As long as they show up, we can catch them all in one go. You have to know that this plan is an unprecedented big move. The royal family, the military, the government, and even a few old families have joined forces. This is an extremely delicate moment of reshuffling. If you miss this opportunity, who knows when you'll have to wait for such an opportunity again. The moon said solemnly, as the person involved, taking a little risk is completely worth it. In fact, you can rest assured that the 5 of us will protect you. The others are not weaker than me. If the 5 of us join forces, even Minister Nan won't be a match for us. What are you afraid of? The moon gritted her teeth. Of course, Xiao Duo wasn't afraid. Since he was sure that the person who set the trap had sent people to protect him, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. He just wanted to get more benefits out of habit. After this matter is over, there should be a reward based on merit, right? As the person directly involved, I still took such a big risk. My life is in danger. Xiao Duo put on a naive expression and bit his finger. You finally understood that the reason why this brat said so much was because he wanted to get some benefits. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel angry and amused. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. You have 2 choices. Either you go out by yourself, or I throw you out. Oh right, there are 2 more choices. You bring out the 2 demon kings from Chief Nan. The military, the country, and the government will each give you a medal. 3 supreme medals of honor. How about that? The moon was bragging a little. 3 supreme medals of honor were not within the scope of his authority to promise. However, he knew that this kid in front of him was a money grubber. He was definitely the kind of money grubber who would rather die than give up his wealth. He said that on purpose. 3 supreme medals of honor. What's the use of that? Xiao Duo shook his head like a rattledrum. That won't do. What's the use of that? I won't do it. The moon secretly heaved a sigh of relief. I knew this kid wouldn't agree. If you agree, where am I going to get those 3 medals for you? I really can't get them. Then it's easy. The moon rubbed his wrist. Are you going out by yourself? Or do I throw you out? I, Xiao Duo, have always been righteous, wise, and brave. For the motherland and the people, I am willing to give up everything. I will not give up my responsibility and will not turn back. Even if there are many risks and infinite dangers. I will go forward bravely and never turn back. Xiao Duo said with a face full of righteousness, I will go out by myself. Ha! Xiao's expression was solemn and courageous as he strode out. Of course, even if he was not courageous and did not walk out, there would be a foot behind him that would kick him out. When a person has only one choice and no other choice, he will not turn back and go forward bravely. Xiao's quote. Looking at Xiao's solemn look, as if the wind was blowing and the water was cold, as if he was a warrior who would not return, and that fierce and impassioned atmosphere. The moon could not help but praise him in his heart. This kid was quite responsible. Coupled with his extraordinary appearance, he was really eye-catching. Then this kid walked through the no man's land with an attitude of going forward even if there were thousands of people in front of him. The moment he saw a figure in front of him, he slipped into the grass. In an instant, he disappeared. He disappeared again. Yes, he disappeared again. Damn! The moon blurted out, "Damn you." Xiaoduo walked valiantly for dozens of miles, shaking his arms, his heart boiling. My cultivation has improved greatly. If I meet an assassin, I can smash him to death with my hammer. Who can fight me? I, Xiaoduo, am the most handsome kid in the Starry Mountains. What assassin? Can he block my hammer? Hearing the noise in front of him, 5 people were carefully searching for him. Xiaoduo immediately stopped moving forward. Xiaolong reported, "There is 1 god reigning realm and 4 cloud realm cultivators ahead." Xiaoduo did not say anything and slipped away without hesitation. A real hero can be soft and hard. A real man can advance and retreat. A real man can be flexible. A good man can be flexible. A good man can adapt to circumstances. Xiaoduo's latest quote, spiritual guidance. The 5 people were searching when they suddenly heard a sound in front of them. The god-reigning realm cultivator reacted the fastest. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a shiny bald head. Xiaoduo. He shouted in a low voice, full of joy. He was about to retreat, but he was already discouraged. After all, there were too many experts. Especially with so many monster kings there that he did not expect to find a treasure like Xiaoduo at this juncture. It was really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. Go! You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.